156. 157. Comes intelligible. If it is seen as an attempt to communicate his experience of seeing things together in the necessarily narrative style of one thing after another, p. 188. The conclusion of this article is especially worth quoting. The historian cultivates the specialized habit of understanding which converts congeries of events into concatenations, and emphasizes and increases the scope of synoptic judgment in our reflection on experience, p. 191. Mink readily admits that this identification of historical thought with synoptic judgment leaves open epistemological problems, such as the questions whether interpretative syntheses can be logically compared, whether there are general grounds for preferring one to another, and whether there are criteria of historical objectivity and truth, ibid. But these epistemological questions presuppose that we have identified what distinguishes sophisticated historical thinking from both the everyday explanations of common sense and the theoretical explanations of natural science, pages 191-92. He makes his own approach to these questions more specific in an article published in 1968, on the basis of a criticism of Galli's book. 4.2 The phenomenology applied to our capacity for following a story is not debatable as long as we have to do with stories whose outcomes are unknown to the listener or reader, as is the case when we are following a game. Here our knowing the rules of the game is of no help in predicting the outcome. We have to follow the series of incidents to its conclusion. The contingencies, for a phenomenological understanding, amount to surprising and unexpected incidents in the given circumstances. We expect some conclusion but we do not know which one, out of the several that are possible, will occur. This is why we have to follow the series from one end to the other. It is also why our feelings of sympathy or hostility should help support the dynamism of the whole process. But, argues Mink, this condition of ignorance and with it the unreflective ascetivity that constitute the following of the story are not characteristic of the historian's procedure. History is not the writing, but the rewriting of stories, p. 687. Its readers, in turn, apply themselves to a reflective following, corresponding to the situation of the historian as re-recounting and rewriting the story. History appears once the game is over. 4.3 Its task is not to accentuate the accidents but to reduce them. The historian is always tracing the lines backwards, for there are no contingencies going backwards, ibid. It is only when we tell the story that we retrace forward what we have already traced backward, ibid. This does not mean that, knowing the outcome, readers could have predicted it. They follow in order to see the series of events as an intelligible pattern of relationships, p. 688. This retrospective intelligibility rests upon a construction that no witness could have put together when the events were occurring, since this backward way of proceeding would be unavailable to any contemporary witness. 4.4 Mink adds two further comments. In a phenomenology limited to the situa. 158. Where a story is followed for the first time, the function of explanation runs the risk of being underemphasized and reduced to the act of filling in lacunae or of setting aside anything obscure that obstructs the narrative flow. Explanation appears less ancillary and as a result less theoretical, if the historian's task is to proceed backwards and if, as Mink says, there are no contingencies going backwards. The logic of explanation should have something to do with the phenomenology of understanding. The former, one hopes, should serve to correct the latter and the latter to enrich the former. 4.5 His second argument is more debatable. Galli, he says, wishes to transfer the openness and contingency of our present future to the narrative of past events, since it seems to him that we can think of them in no other way than as once having been future, p. 688. By doing so, Galli follows an erroneous ontology of time, the leading feature of which is the principle that the past and the future are not categorically different from each other. The past consists of past futures and the future of future pasts, ibid. This argument does not strike me as convincing. First, I do not think that past futures and future pasts are categorically similar to each other. On the contrary, the lack of symmetry between them nourishes what Mink quite rightly calls the poignancy of the historical consciousness, ibid. Next, the determinate character of the past is not such as to exclude the sort of retroactive changes in meaning to which Danto has so successfully called attention. Third, the process of tracing forward anew the pathway we have already covered going backward may well reopen, if I can put it this way, the space of contingency that once belonged to the past when it was present. It may reinstate a sort of learned wonder, thanks to which contingencies recover a part of their initial surprising force. This power may well belong to the fictional character of historical understanding which I shall discuss later. More precisely, it may be tied to that aspect of fiction that Aristotle characterized as the mimesis of action. It is at the level of initial contingencies that some events enjoy the status of having been future with regard to the course of action that is retrospectively reconstructed. In this sense, there must be a place for past futures even in an ontology of time, to the extent that our existential time is shaped by the temporal configurations that history and fiction together establish. I shall return to this discussion in the second volume of this investigation. Here I would rather emphasize the kind of unilateralness that results from substituting a phenomenology of retrospective grasping for the direct grasping of a story followed for the first time. Does not Mink run the risk of abolishing, at the level of retelling, those features of the narrative operation that telling and retelling really have in common, because they stem from the same structure of narrative, namely, the dialectic between contingency and order, episode and configuration, discordance and concordance? Across this dialectic, is it not the specific temporality of narrative that runs the risk of being misunderstood? The fact is that we can observe in Mink's analyses a tendency. 159. To divest the very act of grasping together, characteristic of the configurational operation, of every temporal attribute. His refusal to attribute having once been future to narrated events already is indicative of this orientation. And it appears to be reinforced by his insistence on the act of retelling at the expense of the act of following a story for the first time. A third article by Mink clearly demonstrates this thesis. 4.6. The strong point of this article is its construing of the configurational mode as one of three modes of comprehension in the broader sense, which also includes the theoretical and the categorial modes. According to the theoretical mode, objects are comprehended in terms of a case or as examples of a general theory. The ideal type of this mode is represented by Laplace's sys-tem. According to the categorial mode, often confused with the preceding one, to comprehend an object is to determine what type of object we are dealing with, what system of a priori concepts organizes an experience that otherwise would remain chaotic. Plato aims at this categorial comprehension, as do most systematic philosophers. The configurational mode puts its elements into a single, concrete complex of relations. It is the type of comprehension that characterizes the narrative operation. All three modes do have a common aim, which is no less implicit in the configurational mode than in the other two. Comprehension in the broad sense is defined as the act of grasping together in a single mental act things which are not experienced together, or even capable of being so experienced, because they are separated by time, space, or logical kind. And the ability to do this is a necessary, although not a sufficient, condition of understanding. P. 547, his emphasis. Comprehension, in this sense, is not limited to either historical knowledge or temporal acts. To understand a logical conclusion as resulting from its premises is a kind of comprehension without any narrative features, even though it does imply several temporal presuppositions, inasmuch as what we try to think of as a whole consists of the complicated relationships of parts which can only be experienced seriatim. P. 548. But this is just a way of saying with Kant that all experience occurs in time, even if it also occurs in space, since we have to trace, retain, and recognize all the components and steps of the related experience. In short, comprehension is an individual act of seeing things together, and only that. P. 553. Furthermore, Comprehension in the broad sense presents one fundamental feature that has important implications for the narrative mode of comprehension. All comprehension, Mink declares, has an ideal aim, even if it is unattainable, of comprehending the world as a totality. To put it another way, this goal is unattainable because it would amount to divine comprehension, yet it is significant because the human project is to take God's place, p. 549. This sudden intrusion of a theological theme is in no way marginal. The alleged ultimate goal of the three modes of comprehension proceeds from a transposition into epistemology of Boethius's definition of God's knowledge. 160. Of the world as a totem symbol, in which the successive moments of all time are co-present in a single perception, as of a landscape of events, Ibid. 47. Mink does not hesitate to apply this goal of comprehension in the broad sense to the configurational mode. The totem symbol which Boethius regarded as God's knowledge of the world would of course be the highest degree of configurational comprehension, p. 551. In light of this declaration, the earlier criticism of a phenomenology confined to the act of following a story takes on a new aspect. What ultimately appears to be refused to narrative comprehension, in the name of the totem symbol, is the sequential form of stories which this phenomenology had succeeded in preserving. I wonder if the argument, valuable in itself, that history consists more of having followed than of following is not pushed too far, and even weakened, by the subsequent thesis in which he holds that in the act of configurational understanding accessions and events, although represented as occurring in the order of time, can be surveyed as it were in a single glance as bound together in an order of significance, a representation of the totem symbol which we can never more than partially achieve. p. 554. I also wonder whether what is held to be a superior degree of configurational comprehension is not rather the mark of its abolition. To avoid this troublesome consequence for narrative theory, must we not assign an opposite function to the idea of a totem symbol, namely, precisely to limit comprehension's ambition to abolish the sequential character of time underlying the episodic side of implotment? The totem symbol would then have to be recognized as an idea in the Kantian sense of a limit idea rather than as a goal or a guide. For the moment, it will suffice to ask ourselves whether this ideal goal is really the appropriate extrapolation of what is implied in the actual comprehension of narratives. What is debatable, on simply the phenomenological level, the level where having followed is rightly opposed to following, is the assertion that in the understanding of a narrative the thought of temporal succession as such vanishes, or perhaps, one might say, remains like the smile of the Cheshire Cat, Ibid. I refuse to believe that in the configurational comprehension of a story which one has followed, the necessity of the backward references cancels out, so to speak, the contingency of the forward references, Ibid. His emphasis. None of the arguments advanced for this conclusion are convincing. The argument that in current historiography chronology recedes and along with it the concern for dates is a perfectly reasonable one. But the question remains open to what point the surpassing of simple chronology implies the abolition of every mode of temporality. From Augustine to Heidegger, every ontology of time tries to disentangle from purely chronological time those temporal properties founded upon succession but not reducible to either simple succession or chronology. The argument that understanding is complete when we grasp a certain action as the response to an event, where sending a telegram responds to receiving an offer, is equally correct. But the link between sending a telegram and the reception of an offer is assured by a mediating term, acceptance of the offer, which engenders a change from the initial state of affairs to the terminal one. We do not have the right, consequently, to generalize on the basis of the response, and to say that the actions and events of a story comprehended as a whole are connected by a network of overlapping descriptions, p. 556, his emphasis. The abolition of sentences marked by verbal tenses in this network of overlapping descriptions is the sign that the narrative quality of history has disappeared along with the temporal ties. We may well say that, in retrospect, all the incidents that occur in the story of Oedipus can be grasped together in the portrait of Oedipus. But this portrait is equivalent to the thought of the tragedy Oedipus Rex. And the thought, or what Aristotle named the dianoia, is an aspect derived from the plot in the same way the characters are. It remains to be seen in what way a transferal of the concept of plot from literary criticism to the epistemology of history may illumine the concrete dialectic between discordance and concordance in narrative, a dialectic of narrative which has not been taken into account enough in the analysis of the configurational mode of understanding that tends to dissolve its temporal quality in the name of the goal given it of becoming equal to the totem symbol of divine knowledge. Explanation by implotment. The procedures of implotment which I earlier set forth in terms of mimesis II are for the first time assigned to the narrative structure of history writing in the work of Hayden White. 4.8 However, they do not cover the whole field. The force of White's analyses is due to the lucidity with which he makes explicit the presuppositions of his analyses of major historical texts and defines the universe of discourse in which these presuppositions in turn find their place. His first presupposition runs as follows. Following in the wake of Mink's work, White reorganizes the relationship between history and fiction along other lines than those of an epistemology for which the problematic of objectivity and proof determines the basic criterion of every classification of the modes of discourse. Whatever may be said about this problematic, the first presupposition of a poetics of historical discourse is that fiction and history belong to the same class as regards their narrative structure. The second presupposition is that this bringing together of history and fiction entails another one, this time bringing together history and literature. This overturning of the usual classifications requires that the characterization of history as writing be 161. 162. Taken seriously. The writing of history, to use the title of a work by Michel de Certeau, is not external to the conceiving and composing of history. 4.9 It does not constitute some second-order operation, stemming only from the rhetoric of communication, that we could neglect as belonging simply to the redactional order. It is constitutive of the historical mode of understanding. History is intrinsically historiography, or to put it in a deliberately provocative way, a literary artifact. 50 Hence the third presupposition is that the boundary drawn by epistemologists between historians' history and the philosophy of history must also be called into question, inasmuch as, for one thing, every great historical work unfolds an overall vision of the historical world and, for another, philosophies of history have recourse to the same resources of articulation as do the great works of history. This is why in his own major work, Meta-History, White does not hesitate in placing Michelet, Ranke, Tocqueville, Burckhardt, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, and Croce all within the same framework. He calls this poetics of historiography meta-history to distinguish it from an epistemology oriented to the characteristics of inquiry in history, and therefore riveted on the conditions of objectivity and truth that ground the epistemological break between history as a science and traditional or mythical narrative. His three presuppositions entail, in effect, a displacement and a reclassification of this problematic, the exclusive attention given to the conditions for the scientific status of history being taken as responsible for the misapprehension of those structures that set history within the space of narrative fiction. Only a meta-history can dare to consider historical narratives as verbal fictions close to their literary counterparts because of their content and their form. Later, the question must arise whether it is possible to reclassify history as a literary artifact without declassifying it as knowledge which claims to be scientific. It is undeniable that this displacement and reclassification of the problematic of history does imply a transferring to historiography of categories borrowed from literary criticism. The irony of this situation is that these loans are made from the very authors who are opposed to them. We have not forgotten the firmness with which Aristotle excludes historia from his problematic concerning mythos. To grasp the significance of White's gesture that transgresses the Aristotelian interdiction, we need to understand the reasons for this prohibition. Aristotle does not confine himself just to asserting that history is too episodic to satisfy the requirements of his poetics. After all, this judgment is easily revocable ever since the work of Thucydides. He also tells why history is episodic, because it reports what really happened. And the real, unlike the possible which the poet conceives, and which the peripeteia illustrate, implies a contingency that escapes the poet's control. It is because poets are the authors of their plots that they can uproot themselves from the contingently real and raise themselves to 163. The level of probable possibility. Transferring history into the circle of poetics is not therefore an innocent act and cannot lack consequences as concerns the treatment of real contingencies. Transgressing the Aristotelian interdiction meets no less resistance from the side of literary criticism, to which White's work is even closer. For Auerbach, Booth, and Scholes and Kellogg, the imaginary is defined in opposition to the real and history continues to be the model for realism of representation. The height of the irony is that Northrop Frye, whom White especially borrows from, is one of the most vigilant guardians of this boundary. Fiction, for Frye, concerns the possible, history has to do with the real. Following Aristotle, Frye will say that the poet works from a form of unification, the historian works toward it. 5.1 For Frye, only philosophies of history, such as those of Spengler, Toynbee, or H. G. Wells, can seem to belong to the same poetic category as do drama and epic. White's meta-history must therefore break through two resistances, that of the historians who hold that the epistemological break between history and traditional and mythic narrative uproots the former from the circle of fiction, and that of the literary critics for whom the distinction between the imaginary and the real is beyond question. I shall reserve for my second volume those aspects of verbal fiction that force us to return to the notion of the representation of the real in history, a problem I have chosen to consider in terms of what I have called mimesis 3. Here I shall remain within the limits of fiction understood as configuration, in the sense of mimesis 2. I am aware of the injustice I am doing to White's work by separating his more formal analyses from those concerning historical reality. The dividing line passes between his considerations concerning implotment and those that concern the prefiguring of the historical field which he assigns to a theory of tropes, metaphor, metonymy, etc. The compensation for this loss, in my view, is the advantage gained in not tying the outcome of the formal analyses, which seem more solid to me, to that of the theory of tropes, which I think is more fragile. 5.2 It is important to note that implotment does not receive from White the large-scale treatment I am giving it except on the condition of not entirely identifying the notion of historical narrative with it. He is very careful, in his articles as well as in meta-history, to situate implotment among a number of other operations, whose enumeration varies from one work to another. This is why, for didactic purposes, I shall first consider all that is not plot in order then to concentrate the essential part of my remarks on it. In an article published in 1972, plot is placed between the story and the argument. 5.3 Story is taken here in a limiting sense, that of telling stories, in the sense of an essentially sequential narrative, having a beginning, a middle, and an end. In truth, it is the concept of storyline rather than that of story that serves as a benchmark. White visibly wants to rid himself of the argument that history, as it is written today, is no longer narrative. This objection only holds, he says, if we reduce story to storyline. This delineation of story from plot, which is disconcerting to many critics, seems to White to be more urgent in history than in literary criticism, because in history the events constituting the narrated storyline are not produced by the historian's imagination but rather are submitted to proof procedures. For my part, I see in this argument one way of responding to Aristotle's interdiction. The price for this exemption is the distinction between story and plot. This distinction is not always easy to maintain, inasmuch as a story is already a mode of organization in that it is distinguished from a simple chronically of events and organized in terms of motifs and themes which unify and delineate subsets within it. 5.4 In this way a story is already capable of an explanatory effect. It is precisely to do justice to this explanatory effect belonging to a story that meta-history distinguishes story from chronicle, which then becomes the very first articulation of the historical field. As for this notion of the historical field, see Meta-History, p. 30, which we shall rediscover in the work of Paul Vane. It poses the problem of a still earlier articulation. We can, in fact, speak from inside an already organized narrative only of an unprocessed historical record, p5, that is, of a preconceptual background open to processes of selection and arrangement. 55 conserves an explanatory effect distinct from that of the story, in the sense that it does not explain the events of the story but rather the story itself, by identifying the class to which it belongs. The storyline allows us to identify a unique configuration, while implotment invites us to recognize a traditional class of configurations. These plot categories, as a function of which the story itself, not its events, is encoded, are akin to those relational cryptograms that, according to E. H. Gombrich, in Art and Illusion, govern our way of reading a painting. 5. 6. In this way White thinks he can escape the antinarrativist arguments of the partisans of Hempel's theory by abandoning to them the organization of his story in terms of causes and laws, while taking away from them the categorical explanation proper to implotment. But he does so only at the price of disjoining the explanation of a story and the explanation of an event. The boundary between plot and argument is no easier to trace. The argument designates the point of it all or what it all adds up to, meta-history, p11, in short, the thesis of a narrative. Aristotle included the argument in the plot under the cloak of the plot's probability and necessity. We might say, in any case, that it is history as different from epic, tragedy, and comedy that requires this distinction at the level of explanatory effects. It is precisely because explanation by argument can be distinguished from explanation by implotment that logicians invented the covering law model. Historians do argue in a formal, explicit, discursive way. What the partisans of the covering law model failed to see, however, was that their field of argumentation is considerably vaster than that of general laws, borrowed from the sciences. Con. 164. 165. Next to history which are already constituted outside the historical field. Historians have their own modes of arguing, but these belong to the narrative domain. And these modes of arguing are so numerous as to call for a typology. If this is the case, it is because each such mode of arguing expresses at the same time a presupposition of a meta-historical character about the very nature of the historical field and about what we may expect from explanation in history. As for his typology, White borrows it from Stephen Pepper's world hypotheses. In this way he distinguishes four major paradigms, the formist, organist, mechanistic, and contextualist forms. 5.7 He takes pleasure in emphasizing that if the first two are taken as more orthodox and the latter two as more heterodox and metaphysical, in spite of such masters of these genres as Ranke and Tocqueville, it is due to misapprehending the epistemological status of these global hypotheses. One forgets that history is not a science, or is at best a proto-science with specifically determinable non-scientific elements in its constitution, p. 21, his emphasis. In truth, explanation through these major paradigms is little short of the explanation by ideological implication that meta-history puts in the fifth rank of narrative structures. White distinguishes this latter mode of explanation from the preceding one by the ethical stance inherent in a particular manner of writing history. The presuppositions of the preceding mode had to do rather with the nature of the historical field. The presuppositions of the ideological mode bear on the nature of historical consciousness, and therefore on the tie between explaining past facts and present practice. 5.8 This is why the ideological mode of explanation, too, has a conflictual structure, which calls for an appropriate typology. White borrows it, although he reworks and simplifies it, from Karl Mannheim's Ideology and Utopia. In this way, he postulates four basic ideological positions: anarchism, conservatism, radicalism, and liberalism. Whatever the case may be as regards the propriety of this typology for the great historical works of the 19th century, whose examination is precisely the major objective of meta-history, it is important to underline the fact that, by adding the ideological mode, White satisfies two distinct, if not opposed, demands. On the one hand, he serves the cause of truth by reintroducing, by way of the post-Marxist concept of ideology, components of historical knowledge that the Verstehen tradition, represented in France by Aron and Marot, has always emphasized, namely, the historian's implication in historical work, the consideration of values, and history's tie to action in the world of the present. Ideological preferences bearing in the final analysis on social change, on its desirable scope and its desirable rhythm, concern metahistory insofar as they are incorporated into the explanation of the historical field and the construction of the verbal model by which history orders events and processes in narratives. On the other hand, in distinguishing argument and ideology, White indicates the place for the critique of ideology, and submits ideology to the same rule of discussion that applies to the mode of explanation by formal arguments. So enframed by the storyline, a level itself split into chronicle and the chain of motifs, and the argument, split into formal arguments and ideological implications, explanation by implotment for White takes on a strict and limite sense, which allows him to say both that it is not the whole narrative structure and yet is its pivot. 5.9 By implotment, he means much more than the simple combination of the linear aspect of the story and the argumentative aspect of the proposed thesis. He means the kind of story, therefore one of the configurative categories we have learned to distinguish in our culture. Let us say, to clarify this problem, that White appeals to the theme I developed at length in Part I, of the role of paradigms in implotment, along with the constitution of a narrative tradition by the interplay of innovation and sedimentation. While I characterize the entire scale of exchanges between paradigms and individual stories by implotment, White retains just their function of categorization for his notion of implotment. This explains why he carries over to his notion of story the purely linear aspect. Implotment so conceived constitutes a mode of explanation, explanation by implotment, see Metahistory, pages 7 to 11. Here, to explain is to provide a guide for progressively identifying the class of implotment, the structure of historical narrative, p9. Providing the meaning of a story by identifying the kind of story that has been told is called explanation by implotment, metahistory, p7, his emphasis. A given historian is forced to implot the whole set of stories making up his narrative in one comprehensive or archetypal story form, p8, his emphasis. White borrows his typology of implotment from Fry's Anatomy of Criticism, romance, tragedy, comedy, satire. Epic is left out, because it appears as the implicit form of the chronicle. The genre of satire has an peculiar position in that, for Fry, stories constructed in the ironic mode draw their effect from the fact that they defraud their readers of the sort of resolution they expect of stories constructed in the romantic, comic, or tragic modes. Satire, in this sense, is diametrically opposed to the romantic genre, which demonstrates the final triumph of the hero, but it is also opposed, at least in part, to tragedy where, in lieu of celebrating humanity's ultimate transcendence over the fallen world, a reconciliation is contrived for the spectators, who are led to perceive the law governing the outcome. Finally, satire also takes its distance from the mutual reconciliation of human beings, society, and the world brought about in comedy by its happy ending. In each case, this opposition is only partial. There can be a satirical tragedy or a satirical comedy. Satire starts from the ultimate inadequacy of the visions of the world dramatized in romance, comedy, and tragedy. What benefit can the epistemology of historical knowledge draw from this distinction between these modes of explanation, and their corresponding explanatory effects, and the three typologies proposed respectively at the 166 levels of plot, argument, and ideology? Essentially, what is gained is a theory of historiographical style, if we understand by style a remarkable intersecting of the possibilities opened by the diverse narrative categories involved, see pages 29 to 31. We can build up this theory of style degree, by following the Combinatory system's order of complexity. At a first level, the theory of style plays upon the basic trilogy, story, implotment, argument. Thus, in his 1972 article, this tripartite division is illustrated by three works: Explanation as a function of the storyline is illustrated by Ranke's History of Germany during the Age of the Reformation, explanation in terms of plot by Tocqueville's Democracy in America, and explanation in terms of argument by Burckhardt's Culture of the Renaissance in Italy. Each of these works includes, of course, a storyline, plot, and argument, but in varying proportions. Linear order prevails in Ranke. His history has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and has taken place before the present of the reader. His argument can be reduced to the changes that befall the entity ger many, which conserves its identity. And his plot is confined to showing how one thing led to another, p6. In this sense, everything for Ranke is a story that illustrates the narrativist type of historiography. Tocqueville also has a story, but one open on the end turned toward us, who bear the burden of giving it an end through our own action. Everything he narrates, if you will, is only the extended middle of his story. However, the accent is placed on the type of structure binding together social classes, political democracy, culture, religion. With Burckhardt, on the contrary, we can say that everything is argument. His story only serves to illustrate his thesis about individualism in the Renaissance. Yet imperceptibly, White's theory of historical style passes to a second level, by combining the tripartite division into story, plot, and argument with the typology of emplotment. If Burckhardt illustrates the primacy of argument over plot and story, he also illustrates the ironic mode of emplotment, for a story that does not go anywhere destroys our expectation of a moral or intellectual conclusion, such as it would have been forged by the other paradigms of emplotment, romance, comedy, and tragedy. Michelet, on the other hand, does construct his story in the romantic mode, Ranke in the comic one, and Tocqueville in the tragic one. Finally, the theory of style passes to a third level by combining the three typologies corresponding to emplotment, argumentation, and ideological implication. We thus obtain a combinatory system that takes account of, if not all the combinations possible, at least those elective affinities that outline the network of compatibility from which emerge the identifiable historiographical styles. In my view, a historiographical style represents a particular combination of modes of emplotment, argument, and ideological implication. 6. 0. But we misapprehend things if we see in a style a necessary combina. 167. Of modes of explanation, the dialectical tension which characterizes the work of every master historian usually arises from an effort to wed a mode of emplotment with a mode of argument or of ideological implication which is inconsonant with it, p. 29. 6. We are thus led by way of a long detour to my theme of dissonant consonants. 6. One primary source for it proceeds from the opposition between the three modes, taken together, that confer an explanatory function on the narrative structures. 63. Another source of consonance stems from the confrontation between several manners of emplotment, not only in the work of different historians, but at the heart of a major work. In sum, the notion of narrative structure, with which we began, covers a larger terrain than what narrativist authors usually allow to it, while the notion of plot receives from its opposition to story and argument an uncommon precision. Most of all, we must not lose sight of the fact that the threefold typology upon which this theory of historical style rests does not claim any logical authority. The modes of emplotment, in particular, are the products of a tradition of writing which has given them the configuration that the historian uses. This aspect of traditionality is in the end the most important thing. A historian, as a writer, addresses a public likely to recognize the traditional forms of the art of narration. These structures are not therefore inert rules. They are the forms of a cultural heritage. If we say that no event is in itself tragic and that the historian only makes it appear as such by encoding it in a certain way, it is because the arbitrariness of the encoding is limited, not by the narrated events, but by the reader's expectation of encountering known forms of encoding. The encodation of events in terms of such plot structures is one of the ways that a culture has of making sense of both personal and public pasts. The historical text as literary artifact, p. 85. The encoding is thus governed more by the expected meaning effects than by the material to be encoded. Such meaning effects consist essentially of making the unfamiliar familiar. The encoding contributes to this to the extent that the historian shares with his public an understanding of the forms that significant human situations must take by virtue of his participation in the specific processes of sense-making which identify him as a member of one cultural endowment rather than another, ibid, his emphasis. 6.4 In this way the dynamic character of emplotment is restored through its character of traditionality, even if its generic character is the only one considered. What is more, this trait is counterbalanced by the continuity that the notion of historiographical style re-establishes between chronicle, the chain of motifs, plot, argument, and ideological implication. This is why we may somewhat counter to White, but thanks to his work take emplotment as the operation that dynamizes every level of narrative articulation. Emplotment is much more than one level among many. It is what brings about the transition between narrating and explaining. 168. How one writes history. It struck me that it might be interesting to return at the end of this chapter to French historiography. The work of Paul Veyne, Comment on Écrit d'Histoire, which stands alone on the French landscape, has the noteworthy advantage of uniting a scientific abasement of history with an apology for the notion of plot. 6.5 Veyne thus finds himself curiously situated at the confluence of the two currents of thought I have just described, even though he starts from Max Weber and not the English language narrativist current, and even though he preserves a tie to logical positivism which that current has broken. Nevertheless, by placing him at this strategic crossroads one hoped to add to the sting of a work that is already quite provocative. His book can, in effect, be read as an expert performance intertwining two motifs: history is nothing but a truthful narrative, p. 13, and history is too sublunar a science to be explained in terms of laws. To abase the explanatory claim while elevating the narrative capacity, these two movements balance each other in an incessant seesawing. The goal of elevating the narrative capacity is attained if we join together narrative and plot, something neither Marc Bloch, nor Lucien Febvre, nor Fernand Braudel, nor even Henri Irene Marot ever tried to do, because for them the narrative is what the actors themselves bring about, being given over to the confusion and opacity of their own present. But, precisely because the narrative is a construct, it revives nothing. History, says Veyne, is a bookish, not an existential, notion. It is the organization by the intelligence of givens that refer to a temporality other than that of my dossier, p. 90. History is an intellectual activity that, through consecrated literary forms, serves the ends of simple curiosity, p. 103. Nothing links this curiosity to some existential ground. 6.6 In one sense, Veyne is calling narrative what Aron and Marot called reconstruction. But this change in terminology has its own importance. By linking historical understanding to narrative activity, he allows us to push even further the description of the object of history, the title of his first section. If, in fact, we cling to the intrinsic character of the notion of an event, that is, every individual and unrepeatable occurrence, nothing qualifies it as historical or as physical. The true difference does not lie between historical facts and physical ones, but between history and the physical sciences, p. 21. The latter subsume facts under laws, the former integrates them into plots. Emplotment is what qualifies an event as historical, the facts only exist in and through plots wherein they take on the relative importance that the human logic of the drama imposes on them, p. 70. And since every event is as historical as any other, we can cut up the field of events as we like, p. 83. Here Veyne rejoins those narrativist authors we have studied. A historical. 169. 170. Event is not what happens but what can be narrated, or what has already been narrated in chronicles or legends. Furthermore, historians do not despair of having to work only with mutilated fragments. One makes a plot with what one knows, and a plot is by nature mutilated knowledge. By so reconnecting event and plot, Paul Vane can undramatize the argument over events and non-events vivnemential et du non-evenemential, started by the Annals school. The long time span is just as much about an event as is the short time span, if plot is the only measure of an event. The non-event marks the gap between the determined field of events and the already plowed region of plots. What is not an event are those events not yet hailed as such, the history of terrors, of mentalities, of madness, or of the search for security across the ages. We shall therefore call the non-event that historicity which as such we are not yet aware of, p. 31. What is more, if we define what counts as a plot broadly enough, even quantitative history re-enters its orbit. There is a plot whenever history brings together a set of goals, material causes, and chance. A plot is a very human and very unscientific mixture of material causes, ends, and chance events, p. 46. Chronological order is not essential to it. In my opinion, this definition is completely compatible with the notion of the synthesis of the heterogeneous proposed above in Part I. So long as we can recognize this disparate combination, there is a plot. And in this sense, non-chronological series of items for the quantitative historians, remain within the domain of history in virtue of their tie, however tenuous, to a plot. This tie between a plot and a series of items, which is not clearly explained by Vane, seems to me assured by the notion he borrows from Cornot, to which Aaron also referred at the beginning of his 1937 book, of the interweaving of causal series. The field of events is an interweaving of series, p. 35. But is every interweaving of series a plot? Vane thinks he can extend the notion of plot to the point where the notion of time is no longer indispensable to it. What would become of a history that succeeded in ridding itself of all remaining singularities, of all units of time and place, so as to present itself completely as just the unity of the plot? This is what has appeared over the course of this book, p. 84. Vane thus wants to carry to the extreme one of the possibilities opened by the Aristotelian notion of plot which, we have seen, also ignores time, even though it implies a beginning, a middle, and an end. This possible achronicity has also been worked out by various English-speaking authors, such as Louis O. Mink, whom I discussed above. This possibility is tied to the fundamental feature of a plot upon which Aristotle constructed his Poetics, namely, its capacity to teach the universal. We have also seen above how Hayden White exploits this generic or categorical resource of implotment. I find the same accent in Vane when he develops the apparent paradox that the object of history is not the individual but the specific. Once again it is the 171 notion of plot that turns us away from any plea for history as the science of the concrete. To put an event in a plot is to state something intelligible and therefore something specific. Everything we can state about an individual possesses a sort of generality, p. 73. History is the description of what is specific, that is, understandable, in human events, p. 75. This thesis blends with the one about description in terms of items and the one about the interweaving of series. The individual is an intersection for a series of items, on the condition that a set of items is still a plot. With this intelligible component of a plot we pass over to the other side of Vane's work, that of reducing the explanatory claim. Here Vane acts as a provocateur. History, he says, has a critique and a topic, but not a method. No method. Let us take him as meaning no rule for bringing about a synthesis of the facts. If the historical field, as we said, is completely undetermined, everything found there really happened, yet numerous itineraries can be traced through it. As for the art of tracing them out, it stems from the historical genre, with all the different ways that has been conceived across the centuries. The only logic compatible with the notion of a plot is a logic of the probable, whose vocabulary Vane borrows from Aristotle. Science and its laws do not rule in the sublunar order, for the sublunar is the kingdom of the probable, p. 44. To say that history stems from the sublunar order or that it proceeds by plots is the same thing. History will always be a plot because it is human, sublunar, because it will not be a part of determinism, p. 46. Probability is a corollary of the historian's capacity freely to slice up the field of events. But since the probable is a characteristic of the plot itself, there are no grounds for distinguishing between narrative, understanding, and explanation. What people call explanation is barely anything more than the way the narrative organizes itself into an understandable plot, p. 111. From this we can expect that, in the sublunar order, explanation in the scientific sense of this word does not exist. To explain, for a historian, means to show the unfolding of the plot, to make it understood, p. 112. The explanation of the French Revolution is the summary of it and nothing more, p. 114, his emphasis. Thus sublunar explanation is not to be distinguished from understanding. With this stroke, the problem of the relationship between understanding and explanation, which had so bothered Raymond Aron, vanishes. As for the word cause, disconnected from the term law, Vane uses it as does Maurice Mandelbaum. 6-7 The causes are the various episodes of the plot, p. 115. And the narrative is from the outset causal, understandable, p. 118. In this sense, to explain more is to narrate better, p. 119. This is the only depth we can assign to history. If explanation seems to push beyond our immediate understanding, it is because it can explain the factors of NAR. 172. Relative according to all three lines of chance, material cause, and freedom. The least historical fact includes these three elements, if it is human, p. 121. This is to say that history is not to be entirely explained by accidental encounters, or by economic causes, or by mentalists, projects, or ideas. And there is no rule for ordering these three aspects. This is another way of saying that history has no method. One apparent exception to the thesis that, in history, to explain is to make understood is represented by retrodiction, see Vane, pages 176 to 209, that inductive operation by which historians fill in a lacuna in their narrative through an analogy with a similar concatenation in another series but one without a fault. Here explanation seems quite clearly to be distinguished from understanding, inasmuch as retrodiction brings into play a causal explanation. And it seems to intervene precisely when the documents do not furnish a plot. We then return through retrodiction to some presumed cause. We might say, for example, too many fiscal laws made Louis XIV unpopular. We reason here from something similar to something else similar, with no guarantee that in this particular circumstance our analogy may not betray us. This is a case for recalling that sublunar causality is irregular, confused, and only valid most of the time and except for. Within these narrow limits of what is reasonable, retrodiction compensates for the lacunae in our documents. The kind of reasoning retrodiction most resembles is putting things into a series, as practiced by epigraphists, philologists, and iconographers. What provides the historian with the equivalent of a series is the resemblance that assures the relative stability of the customs, conventions, and types from one civilization or era to another. It is what allows us to know, broadly speaking, what to expect from the people of a given era. Retrodiction, therefore, does not escape the conditions of sublunar knowledge. It has nothing in common with the law of subsumption. It is much closer to causal explanation in Drey's and Mandelbaum's sense. Historical explanation is not nomological, it is causal, p. 201. After all, this is what Aristotle said about plot. It makes one because of another prevail over one after another. We might ask, however, whether causal explanation and understanding through the plot always coincide. This point is not seriously discussed. When action displays non-intentional effects, which is the normal situation a historian encounters, as Danto and Lyabi emphasize, using different arguments, explanation does seem to indicate a defeat for the plot. Vane even seems to concede this. The interval between the intention and the effect is the place that we reserve for science, when we are writing history and when we are doing it, p. 208. Perhaps we should reply that the plot, as not coinciding with the perspective of an agent but as expressing the narrator's point of view, the narrative voice, so to speak, knows nothing of unintended effects. 173. We must now do justice to the two complementary theses that history does not have a method but that it does have a critique and a topic. What is its critique? It does not constitute the equivalent of a method, nor does it substitute for one. As the term which is Kantian indicates, it refers rather to the vigilance historians exercise with regard to the concepts they use. In this respect, Vane professes a nominalism without any concessions. Abstractions cannot be efficient causes, for they do not exist. No more do forces of production exist, only human beings who produce things exist, p. 138. This abrupt declaration ought not to be separated, I think, from the thesis mentioned earlier that history does not know the individual but rather the specific. Put simply, the generic is not the specific. Here Vane has in mind something like Weber's ideal types whose heuristic and non-explanatory character he underscores. Because they are heuristic, the historian is never finished with readjusting them in order to escape the counter-meanings they give rise to. Concepts in history are instead composite representations, extract from earlier designations, and extended in an exploratory fashion to analogous cases. However, the continuities they suggest are misleading and their genealogies are abusive. But such is the realm of sublunar concepts which are perpetually false and constantly somewhat out of focus. So the historian's vigilance must be particularly severe whenever history enters, as it must, the way of a comparative approach. Marc Bloch was correct, in his Feudal Society, to compare serfdom in Europe and Japan. Yet comparison does not uncover a more general reality, nor does it provide for a more explanatory history. It is only a heuristic approach that leads to particular plots. What do we do other than understand plots? And there are not two ways of understanding, p. 157. The topic of history remains to be considered. History does not have a method but it does have a critique and a topic, p. 267. The term topic is borrowed, following Vico's example, from the Aristotelian theory of topoi or commonplaces, which itself is related to rhetoric. As is well known, these commonplaces constitute the stock of appropriate questions that an orator must possess to speak effectively before an assembly or a tribunal. What is the purpose of history's topic? It has just one purpose, to expand a questionnaire, pages 253 ff. This expanding of the questionnaire is the only progress history is capable of. How does it come about, if not through a parallel enrichment of the concepts involved? Vane's nominalism, so strongly associated with his theory of understanding, must therefore be counterbalanced by an apology for the conceptual progress thanks to which the modern historian's vision is richer than that of a Thucydides. Vane, of course, does not formally contradict himself, inasmuch as he assigns the topic of history to its heuristic aspect, hence to its art of asking questions, and not to explanation, if we take this to apply to the art of answering questions. But does this topic stay within the bounds of heuristics and not encroach upon explanation? In the most Fre. 174. Quent case today, of non-event-oriented history, what we can call structural history, p. 263, it is this topic that allows historians to uproot themselves from the perspective of their sources and to conceptualize events differently than the historical agents or their contemporaries would have done so, and therefore to rationalize their reading of the past. Vane, in fact, puts this quite nicely. This rationalization translates into a conceptualizing of the experienced world, through an expanding of the topic, p. 268. He is here asking us to accept together two theses that at first glance look quite disparate, that there is nothing to understand in history except plots, and that expanding our questionnaire is equivalent to a progressive conceptualization. It is true that the contrast between these two theses is not so strong if we correctly interpret the two assertions. On the one hand, we must admit that his notion of plot is not tied to the history of events. There is also a plot in structural history. So broadened, the understanding of a plot not only does not contradict but even calls for progress in conceptualization. On the other hand, we have to admit that conceptualization does not authorize any confusion between sublunar knowledge and a science in the strong sense of this term. This is the sense in which the topic remains something heuristic and does not change the fundamental character of understanding, which remains the understanding of plots. To be totally convincing, however, Vane should explain how history can still be a narrative when it stops being about events, whether it becomes structural or comparative, or if it regroups into series items drawn from an atemporal continuum. In other words, the question Paul Vane's book raises is how far we can extend the notion of plot without its losing its discriminating ability. This question today must be addressed to all the upholders of a narrativist theory of history. English-speaking authors have been able to avoid it because their examples usually are naive and do not surpass the level of the history of events. Yet it is when history ceases to be the history of events that the narrativist theory is really called into question. The force of Paul Vane's book is to have brought to this critical point the idea that history is only the construction and understanding of plots. 6. Introduction. The aim of the present chapter is to examine the indirect connection that must be maintained, in my opinion, between history and our narrative competence, as this has been analyzed in the third chapter of Part I. The fact that this connection must be maintained but that it cannot be a direct connection is the result of the confrontation presented in the two preceding chapters. The analyses in the first chapter establish the idea of an epistemological break between historical knowledge and our ability to follow a story. This break affects this ability on three levels: the level of procedures, the level of entities, and the level of temporality. On the level of procedures, history is born as inquiry historia, Chung, recherche out of the specific use it makes of explanation. Even if admit, with W. B. Galley, that a narrative is self-explanatory, history as a science removes the explanatory process from the fabric of the narrative and sets it up as a separate problematic. It is not that the narrative is oblivious to the forms why and because, but its connections remain immanent to the emplotment. For historians, the explanatory form is made autonomous, it becomes the distinct object of a process of authentication and justification. In this respect, historians are in the situation of a judge, placed in the real or potential situation of a dispute. They attempt to prove that one given explanation is better than another. They therefore seek warrants, the most important of which is documentary proof. Now it is one thing to explain by recounting. It is quite another to set up the explanation itself as a problem in order to submit it to discussion and to the judgment of an audience, which, if not universal, is at least reputed to be competent, and is composed first of all of the historian's peers. Making historical explanation autonomous in this way in relation to the explanatory sketches immanent in the narrative has several corollaries, all of which accentuate the break between history and narrative. The first corollary is that tied to the work of explanation is a work of conceptualization, which some people even hold to be the principal criterion of history. 1. This critical. 175. 176. Problem can belong only to a discipline which, if it has no method, according to Paul Vane, does indeed possess a critique and a topic. There is no epistemology of history that does not at one time or another take a stand on the great quarrel over historical universals, and that does not painfully retrace, following the medieval scholars, the back and forth movement between realism and nominalism. Galley. This is of no concern to narrators. Certainly they use universals, but they are unaware of the question posed by extending the questionnaire. Vane. Another corollary of the critical status of history as inquiry is that whatever the limits of historical objectivity may be, there is a problem of objectivity in history. According to Maurice Mandelbaum, a judgment is termed objective because we regard its truth as excluding the possibility that its denial can also be true too. This is a claim that is never made good, but that is included in the very project of historical inquiry. The objectivity in question has two sides to it. First, we can expect that the facts dealt with in historical works, when they are taken one at a time, interlock with one another in the manner of geographical maps, if the same rules of projection and scale are respected, or, yet again, like the different facets of the same precious stone. Whereas there is no sense in placing stories, novels, and plays side by side, it is a legitimate and unavoidable question how the history of a given period interlocks with that of some other period, the history of France with that of England, for example, or how the political or military history of a given country at a given time dovetails with its economic history, with its social history, and its cultural history. A secret dream of emulating the cartographer or the diamond cutter animates the historical enterprise. Even if the idea of universal history must forever remain an idea in Kant's sense of this term, since it is incapable of constituting a Leibnizian geometral, the work of approximation that brings the concrete results attained by individual or collective inquiry ever closer to this idea is neither useless nor meaningless. To this desire to tie things together on the side of historical facts corresponds the hope that the results reached by different investigators can be combined, due to their complementarity, and that they can mutually correct one another. The credo of objectivity is nothing other than this twofold conviction that the facts related by different histories can be linked together and that the results of these histories can complete one another. The final corollary is that, precisely because history has objectivity as a project, it can pose the limits of objectivity as a specific problem. This question is foreign to the innocence and naivete of the narrator, who instead expects from the public, in Coleridge's familiar expression, a willing suspension of disbelief. Historians address themselves to distrustful readers who expect from them not only that they narrate but that they authenticate their narrative. In this sense, to recognize an ideological implication, White, among explanatory modes of history is to be capable of recognizing an ideology as such, hence to pick it out from the properly argumentative modes. 177. Hence also to place it within the scope of a critique of ideology. This final corollary might be called the critical reflection of historical inquiry. Conceptualization, the search for objectivity, and critical re-examination thus mark the three steps in making explanation in history autonomous in relation to the self-explanatory character of narrative. Corresponding to this process of making explanation autonomous is a similar process as regards the entities historians take as their sufficient object. Whereas in the traditional or mythical narrative, and also in the chronicle that precedes history, action is imputed to agents who can be identified, designated by a proper name, and held responsible for the actions imputed to them, history as a science refers to objects of a new type appropriate to its form of explanation. Whether these are nations, societies, civilizations, social classes, or mentalities, history replaces the subject of action with entities that are anonymous, in the strict sense of the term. This epistemological break on the level of entities reaches its culmination in the French Annals school, with its expunging of political history in favor of economic, social, and cultural history. The place formerly held by those heroes of historical action whom Hegel called the great figures of world history is henceforth held by social forces, whose action can no longer be ascribed in a distributive manner to individual agents. This new history thus seems to lack characters. And without characters, it could not continue to be narrative. The third break results from the preceding ones. It concerns the epistemological status of historical time. This appears to have no direct connection to the time of the memory, expectation, and circumspection of individual agents. It no longer seems to refer to the living present of a subjective consciousness. Its structure is exactly proportional to the procedures and the entities that history as a science deals with. On the one hand, historical time appears to resolve itself into a succession of homogeneous intervals, the bearers of causal or nomological explanation. On the other hand, it is scattered into a multiplicity of times, depending on the scale of entities considered, the short time span of the event, the moderately long time span of conjunctures, the long time span of civilizations, the very long time span of the symbol systems that found the social as such. These times of history, to use Braudef's express Zion, seem to be without any apparent relation to the time of action, to that intratemporality of which we said, following Heidegger, that it is always a favorable or an unfavorable time, a time for something. And yet, despite this triple epistemological break, history cannot, in my opinion, sever every connection with narrative without losing its historical character. Conversely, this connection cannot be so direct that history can simply be considered a species of the genus story, galley. By converging on one another without ever meeting, the two halves of Chapter 5 have heightened the necessity for a new type of dialectic between historical inquiry and narrative competence. On the one hand, the criticism of the covering law model with which we 178 began led to a diversification of explanation that makes it less foreign to narrative understanding, without thereby denying the explanatory vocation that keeps history within the circle of the human sciences. First, we saw the covering law model weaken under the pressure of criticism. In this way it became less monolithic, allowing a greater diversity of scientific precision for alleged explanatory generalities, extending from laws worthy of the name to the common-sense generalities that history shares with ordinary language, Berlin, by way of the generalities of a dispositional nature mentioned by Ryle and Gardner. Then we saw rational explanation demand its proper place, with the same requirements of conceptualization, authentication, and critical vigilance as any other mode of explanation. Finally, as we saw with G. H. von Wright, causal explanation was distinguished from causal analysis, and the form of quasi-causal explanation was separated from causal nomological explanation and was seen to integrate within itself segments of teleological explanation. Following these three lines, the explanation peculiar to historical inquiry does indeed appear to move part of the way along the path separating it from the explanation immanent in a narrative. To this weakening and diversification of the models of explanation proposed by epistemology corresponds a symmetrical attempt in the analysis of narrative structures to hold up the explanatory resources of the narrative and to bring them, so to speak, to meet the return movement of explanation in the direction of narration. I stated above that the partial success of the narrativist theories was at the same time a partial failure. This admission must not lessen the acknowledgement of the partial success. The narrativist theses, in my opinion, are basically correct on 2 points. First, the narrativists have successfully demonstrated that to narrate is already to explain. The dialila the one because of the other that, according to Aristotle, forms the logical connection of the plot is henceforth the necessary starting point for any discussion of historical narration. This basic thesis has a number of corollaries. If every narrative brings about a causal connection merely by reason of the operation of implotment, this construction is already a victory over simple chronology and makes possible the distinction between history and chronicle. What is more, if plot construction is the work of judgment, it links narration to a narrator, and therefore allows the point of view of the latter to be disassociated from the understanding that the agents or the characters of the story may have of their contribution to the progress of the plot. Contrary to the classical objection, a narrative is in no way bound to the confused and limited perspective of the agents and the eyewitnesses of the events. On the contrary, the putting at a distance that constitutes a point of view makes possible the passage from the narrator to the historian, Scholes and Kellogg. Finally, if implotment integrates into a meaningful unity components as heterogeneous as circumstances, calcula. 179. Actions, aids, and obstacles, and, lastly, results, then it is equally possible for history to take into account the unintended results of action and to produce descriptions of action distinct from its description in purely intentional terms, Danto. Second, the narrativist theses reply to a diversifying and hierarchizing of the explanatory models with a comparable diversifying and hierarchizing of the explanatory resources of narrative. The structure of the narrative sentence was, for example, seen to lend itself to a certain type of historical narrative based on documented dating, Danto. We then witnessed a certain diversification in the act of configuration, Mink, and we even saw, for the same author, how the configurational explanation itself becomes one explanatory mode among others, along with categorical explanation and theoretical explanation. Finally, with Hayden-White, the explanatory effect characteristic of implotment is situated halfway between that of the argumentation and that of the storyline, to the point that what occurs here is no longer a diversification but a breaking apart of the narrative function. Following this, explanation by implotment, which had already been distinguished from the explanation inherent in the storyline, becomes part of a new explanatory configuration by linking up with explanation by argument and explanation by ideological implication. This redeploying of narrative structures is equivalent to a disavowal of the strictly narrativist theses, which are reassigned to the lower level of the storyline. The simple narrativist thesis has thus suffered a fate comparable to that of the covering law model. To attain the level of properly historical explanation, the narrativist model has been diversified to the point of disintegrating altogether. This adventure brings us to the brink of the major difficulty: does a narrativist thesis, which has been reworked to the point of becoming antinarrativist, have any chance of replacing the explanatory model? This question must unreservedly be answered in the negative. A gap remains between narrative explanation and historical explanation, a gap that is inquiry as such. This gap prevents us from taking history, as Galli does, as a species of the genus story. And yet the intersections hinted at in the converging movement by the explanatory model toward narration and by the narrative structure toward historical explanation attest to the reality of the problem to which the narrativist thesis gives too brief a reply. The solution to this problem depends on what could be called a method of questioning back. This method, practiced by Husserl in his Crisis, stems from what Husserl calls a genetic phenomenology, not in the sense of a psychological genesis but of a genesis of meaning. 3. The questions that Husserl raised concerning Galilean and Newtonian science, I am raising concerning the historical sciences. I am asking in turn about what I shall henceforth call 180. The intentionality of historical knowledge, or, by abbreviation, historical intentionality. By this I refer to the meaning of the noetic intention that forms the historical character of history and keeps it from dissolving into the other types of knowledge with which history is joined through its marriage of convenience with economics, geography, demography, ethnology, and the sociology of mentalists and of ideologies. The advantage we may have over Husserl in his investigation of the life world to which, according to him, Galilean science refers, is that this questioning back, applied to historiographical knowledge, refers to a cultural world that is already structured and not at all to immediate experience. It refers to a world of action that has already received a configuration through narrative activity, which with regard to its meaning is prior to scientific history. Indeed, this narrative activity already has its own dialectic that makes it pass through the successive stages of mimesis, starting from the prefigurations inherent in the order of action, by way of the constitutive configurations of implotment in the broad sense of the Aristotelian mythos, to the refigurations that arise due to the collision of the world of the text with the life world. From this, my working hypothesis becomes more specific. I propose to explore by which indirect paths the paradox of historical knowledge, in which the two preceding chapters culminate, transposes onto a higher level of complexity the paradox constitutive of the operation of narrative configuration. This paradox, we recall, arises from the median position of narrative configuration between that which comes before and that which comes after the poetic text. This narrative operation already presents the opposing features that are sharpened in historical knowledge. On the one hand, it emerges out of the break that sets up the kingdom of the plot and splits it off from the order of real action. On the other hand, it refers back to the understanding immanent in the order of action and to the pre-narrative structures stemming from real action. For the question, therefore, is as follows. Through what mediations does historical knowledge succeed in transposing into its own order the twofold constitution of the configuring operation of narrative? Or, by what indirect derivations does the triple epistemological break that makes history a form of inquiry proceed from the break established by the configurating operation on the level of mimesis to Does history nevertheless continue obliquely to intend the order of action on the level of mimesis, in accordance with its own resources of intelligibility, of symbolization, and of pre-narrative organization? The task is all the more arduous in that the conquest of the scientific autonomy of history does seem to have as its corollary, if not as its precondition, a concerted forgetfulness of its indirect derivation, starting from the activity of narrative configuration, and of its referring back, through forms that are further and further removed from the narrative base, to the field of praxis and its pre-narrative resources. This feature, once again, relates my enterprise to that 181 of Husserl in the Crisis. Galilean science, too, broke its ties with the prescientific world, to the point of making it almost impossible to reactivate the active and passive syntheses constituting the life world. However, our inquiry may have a second advantage in relation to the Husserlian efforts at genetic phenomenology, directed primarily at the constitution of the object by way of perceptual phenomena, the advantage of finding at the very heart of historical knowledge a series of relay stations for our questioning back. In this sense, the derivation is never so completely forgotten that it cannot be reconstructed with some sureness and rigor. This reconstruction will follow the order in which I presented above the different aspects of the epistemological break, the autonomy of explanatory procedures, the autonomy of the entities referred to, and the autonomy of the time, or rather of the times of history. Beginning with the explanatory procedures, I would like, in light of the encouragement provided by von Wright's analyses, to return to the disputed question about causality in history, or, more precisely, about singular causal attribution or imputation. I do so not in order to oppose it, in a polemical spirit, to explanation by laws, but, on the contrary, in order to discern within it the transitional structure between explanation by laws, often identified with explanation as such, and explanation by implotment, often identified with understanding. In this sense, singular causal imputation does not constitute one explanation among others, but is rather the nexus of all explanation in history. As such, it constitutes the requisite mediation between the opposing poles of explanation and understanding, to preserve a now obsolete vocabulary, or, better, between nomological explanation and explanation by implotment. The affinity preserved between singular causal imputation and implotment authorises us to speak of the first form, by analogy, in terms of a quasi-plot. As for the entities set in place by historical discourse, I would like to show that they are not all of the same order, but that they can be arranged along the lines of a strict hierarchy. History, in my opinion, remains historical to the extent that all of its objects refer back to first-order entities, peoples, and nations, civilizations that bear the indelible mark of concrete agents participatory belonging to the sphere of praxis and narrative. These first-order entities serve as the transitional object between all the artifacts produced by history and the characters of a possible narrative. They constitute quasi-characters, capable of guiding the intentional reference back from the level of the science of history to the level of narrative and, through this, to the agents of real action. Between the relaying by singular causal imputation and that by first-order entities, between the nexus of explanation and the transitional object of the description, there are tight interconnections. The distinction between these two lines of derivation of procedures, derivation of entities, presents in this respect a purely didactic character, so closely knit are these two lines. It is important, nonetheless, to keep them distinct in order better to 182. Understand their complementarity and, if I may put it this way, their reciprocal genesis. The reference back to primary entities, which I am calling participatory belonging, occurs principally by way of singular causal imputation. Reciprocally, the intention that runs through a causal imputation is guided by the interest the historian continues to have in the contribution made by historical agents to their fate, even though this fate slips out of their hands due to the perverse effects that, precisely, distinguish historical knowledge from the simple understanding of the meaning immanent to their action. In this sense, quasi-plot and quasi-characters belong to the same intermediary level and have a similar function, serving as a relay station for the movement of history's questioning back toward narrative and, beyond the narrative, in the direction of actual practice. A final test of my working hypothesis concerning historical knowledge is obviously necessary. It concerns the epistemological status of historical time in relation to the temporality of a narrative. Our inquiry about history must venture to this point if it is to remain faithful to the principal subject of this work, narrative and temporality. It is important to show two things: on the one hand, that the time constructed by the historian is constructed to the second, the third, the n** level upon an already constructed temporality, the theory of which was expounded in part I under the title of mimesis II, and on the other hand, that this is constructed time, however artificial it may be, never ceases to refer back to the temporality of praxis described by mimesis. Constructed on. Referring back to. These TWD intertwining relations also characterize the procedures and the entities built by history. The parallel with the other two mediations goes even further. Just as I am searching in historical causality and in first-order entities for the relay stations capable of guiding the reference of the structures of historical knowledge back to the work of narrative configuration, which itself refers back to the narrative prefigurations found in the field of praxis, in a similar way I should like to show, in the fate of the historical event, both the indication of the ever-increasing gap separating historical time from the time of narrative and from lived time and the indication of the ineffaceable reference of historical time back to the time of action by way of the time of narrative. In these three successive spheres I will call upon the testimony of history alone as it pursues to the very end its critical self-reflection. Singular causal imputation. Singular causal imputation is the explanatory procedure that accomplishes the transition between narrative causality, the structure of one because of the other, which Aristotle distinguished from one after the other, and explanatory causality that, in the covering law model, is not distinguished from explanation by laws. 183. The search for this transition finds support in the analyses of William Dray and G. H. von Wright presented at the beginning of the preceding chapter. Dray familiarized us with the thesis that the causal analysis of a particular course of events cannot be reduced to the application of a causal law. The double test, inductive and pragmatic, by which we verify the credentials of this or that candidate for the function of cause is not far from the logic of causal imputation offered by Max Weber and Raymond Aron. But a connection is lacking between the theory of causal analysis and that of analysis by reasons. This connection is forged by G. H. von Wright in his analysis of quasi-causal explanation. Rational explanation is identified with the segments of teleological inference linked together in this specific type of explanation. Teleological inference, in turn, rests on the prior understanding we have of the intentional character of action. And the latter, too, refers to the familiarity we have with the logical structure of doing something, making something happen, doing something so that something happens. Making something happen is interfering with the course of events by setting a system in motion and, by this, also ensuring that it is a closed system. By this series of connections, teleological inference, intentional understanding, practical interference, quasi-causal explanation, which as causal explanation applies only to individual occurrences of generic phenomena, events, processes, states, ultimately refers back to what I shall now designate by the term singular causal imputation. The most precise presentation of the logic of singular causal imputation is found in the critical study Max Weber devoted to Edward Meyer's work Zur Theorie und die Methode der Geschichte, 5, to which must be added the contributions made by Raymond Aron, in the third section of his Introduction to the Philosophy of History, which are decisive for our investigation. 6. This kind of logic consists essentially of the constructing by our imagination of a different course of events, then of weighing the probable consequences of this unreal course of events, and, finally, in comparing these consequences with the real course of events. In order to penetrate the real causal interrelationships, we construct unreal ones. Weber, pages 185-86, his emphasis. And Aron, every historian, to explain what did happen, asks himself what might have happened, p. 160. This probabilist, imaginary construction presents a twofold similarity, on the one hand, with implotment, which is itself a probable imaginary construction, and, on the other hand, with explanation in terms of laws. Let us examine Max Weber's reasoning more closely. 7. Consider, as an example, Bismarck's decision to declare war on Austria-Hungary in 1866. As Weber observes, and yet, despite all this, the problem, what might have happened if, for example, Bismarck had not decided to make war, is by no means an idle one, p. 164. We need to understand this question. It consists in asking what causal significance is properly to be attributed to this individual decision in the context of the totality of infinitely numerous factors, all of which had to be in such and such an arrangement and in no other if this result were to emerge, and what role it is therefore to be assigned in an historical explanation, ibid, his emphases. It is the phrase all of which had to be in such and such an arrangement and in no other that marks the entrance on stage of the imagination. Reasoning, from this point on, moves in the arena of unreal past conditionals. But history shifts into the sphere of the unreal only in order better to discern there what is necessary. The question becomes what consequences were to be anticipated had an other decision been taken. p. 165. This then involves an exploration of the probable or necessary interconnections. If the historian in his thinking can affirm that, by the modification or omission of an individual event in a complex of historical conditions, there would have followed a different series of events in certain historically important respects, p. 166, his emphasis, then the historian can make a judgment of causal imputation that decides the historical significance of the event. This reasoning, in my opinion, runs in two different directions, on the one hand in the direction of implotment, and on the other in the direction of scientific explanation. Nothing in Weber's text, in fact, indicates that he perceived the first connection. We shall have to establish it, using the present-day resources of narratology. However, two of Weber's remarks do tend in this direction. He says, first of all, that the historian is and is not in the position of the agent who, before acting, weighs the possible ways of acting, given this or that aim, this or that available means. It is indeed a question that Bismarck could have asked himself that we formulate, except that we know the outcome. This is why we raise it with better chances of success, p. 165, than he did. The expression better chances of success announces, of course, the logic of probability that will be referred to later. But does it not in the first place refer to that extraordinary laboratory of the probable constituted by the paradigms of implotment? Max Weber also notes that historians both resemble criminologists and differ from them. By investigating guilt they also investigate causality, although to causal imputation they add ethical imputation. But what is this causal imputation divested of any ethical imputation if not the testing of different plot schemata? Causal imputation is also related at every stage to scientific explanation. First of all, explanation supposes a detailed analysis of factors, aiming at the selection of the causal links to be incorporated into an historical exposition, p. 168, and 35. Certainly, this thought process is guided by our historical curiosity, that is, by our interest in a certain class of results. This is one of the senses of the term importance. In the murder of Caesar, historians are interested only in the notable consequences of the event for the development of world history, which they consider to be most significant. In this respect, a 184 discussion that would get bogged down again in the quarrel opposing objectivity and subjectivity in history would miss the highly intellectual character of the operation of abstraction that precedes that of sorting out possibilities. Next, to modify mentally in a specific way this or that factor, which first has been isolated, is to construct alternate courses of events among which the event whose importance is being weighed acts as the deciding factor. Weighing the consequences of eliminating the supposed event thus gives the causal argument its logical structure. Now, how do we construct the consequences that should have been expected if we assume a particular factor to be eliminated, if not by including in our reasoning what Weber calls an empirical rule, p. 173, that is, in the final analysis, a knowledge that must indeed be called nomological, p. 174. Of course, these rules based on experience quite often do not go beyond the level of a dispositional knowledge, as Ryle and Gardner would put it. Max Weber has specifically in mind those rules relating to the ways in which human beings are prone to react under given situations, ibid. Nevertheless, they are sufficient to show, as we stated earlier, how laws can be used in history even though they are not established by history. These first two features, analysis into factors and recourse to rules based on experience, are not absolutely foreign to narrative logic, especially if this is shifted from the surface of the text to its deep grammar. The true mark of the scientific character of a construction, considered as both unreal and necessary, results from applying to the compared weight of different causes the theory of objective possibility that Weber borrows from the physiologist von Kreis. 8. It is this third feature that marks the true distance separating explanation by narration from explanation by causal imputation. The theory in question aims mainly at raising such unreal constructions to the level of judgments of objective possibility, which ascribe a degree of relative probability to the various causal factors and in this way allow them to be placed along a single scale, although the gradations resulting from this type of judgment cannot be quantified, as is the case in what we call the calculation of probabilities in the strict sense. This idea of a graduated causality gives causal imputation an exactness that is lacking in the probability invoked by Aristotle in his theory of the plot. The various degrees of probability thus range in order from a low point, which defines accidental causality, as, for example, between the movement of a hand throwing dice and a particular number turning up, and a high point, which defines, in von Kreis terms, adequate causality, as in the case of Bismarck's decision. Between these two extremes we can speak of the more or less favorable influence of a certain factor. The danger is, obviously, that, by reason of an insidious anthropomorphism, we may materialize the degrees of relative probability ascribed to the various causes that our reasoning sets in competition with one another, in the form of antagonistic tendencies struggling to transform a possibility into a 185 reality. Ordinary language is conducive to this when it has us say that this or that event helped or thwarted the appearance of some other event. In order to rid ourselves of this misunderstanding, it is enough to remember that these possibilities are unreal causal relations that we have constructed mentally, and that the objectivity of the various chances belongs to the judgment of possibility. It is only at the end of this testing process that a factor is attributed the status of a sufficient cause. This is an objective status, in the sense that the argument does not stem from a mere psychology of discovering hypotheses, rather, irrespective of genius, which is no more lacking in a great historian than in a great mathematician, it constitutes the logical structure of historical knowledge, or, in Max Weber's own words, a firm skeletal structure of established causes, p. 176. We see where the continuity between implotment and a singular causal imputation resides and where the discontinuity is to be found. The continuity resides at the level of the role played by the imagination. In this regard we might say of implotment what Max Weber says of the mental construction of a different course of events. In order to penetrate the real causal relationships, we construct unreal ones. The discontinuity has to do with the analysis into factors, the insertion of rules from experience, and, especially, the assignment of degrees of probability that determine adequate causality. It is for this reason that historians are not simply narrators. They give reasons why they consider a particular factor rather than some other to be the sufficient cause of a given course of events. Poets also create plots that are held together by causal skeletons. But these latter are not the subject of a process of argumentation. Poets restrict themselves to producing the story and explaining by narrating. In this sense, Northrop Frye is right. Poets begin with the form, historians move toward it. 9. The former produce, the latter argue. And they argue because they know that we can explain in other ways. They know this because, like a judge, they are in a situation of contestation and of trial, and because their plea is never finished, for the test is more conclusive for eliminating candidates for causality, as William Dray would say, than for crowning any particular one once and for all. And yet, let me repeat, the filiation of historical explanation, starting from narrative explanation, is unbroken, inasmuch as adequate causality remains irreducible to logical necessity alone. The same relation of continuity and of discontinuity is found between singular causal explanation and explanation by laws as between the former and implotment. Let us first consider the discontinuity. It is more clearly stressed in Aaron's analysis than in Weber's. In the section he devotes to the relation between causality and chance, Aaron does not restrict himself to situating accidents at one end of the scale of retrospective probability, with adequate probability at the opposite end. The definition of an accident as possessing an objective POS. 186. 187. Stability of almost zero is valid only for isolated series. His consideration, borrowed from Cournot, of the notion of coincidences between series or between systems and series throws into relief more clearly the notion of accident and emphasizes the relative character of Weber's probabilist theory. An event may be said to be accidental with reference to one system of antecedents, adequate with reference to another. Chance, since many series have come together; rational, since at a higher level an ordered whole is found. Aaron, p. 175. We must reckon, in addition, with the uncertainty which lies in the fixing of the limits of systems and series, with the plurality of fortuitous constructs which the scholar is free to set up or imagine. p. 176. For all these reasons, a reflection on chance cannot restrict this notion to a simple opposition to adequate causality, within a process of reasoning based on retrospective probability. The continuity between singular causal explanation and explanation by laws is no less evident than their discontinuity. The relation between history and sociology is exemplary in this respect. Raymond Aron describes it in these words: sociology is characterized by the attempt to set up laws, or at least regularities or generalities, whereas history is limited to narrating events in their peculiar sequence. p. 187. In the same sense, historical research sticks to the antecedents of a singular fact, sociological research to the causes of a fact which may be repeated. p. 226. But then the word cause changes its meaning. Cause, as seen by sociologists, is the constant antecedent. p. 188, his emphasis. Nevertheless, the points of intersection between the two kinds of causality, historical causality and sociological causality, are more noteworthy than their divergences. For example, when a historian establishes the relative probability of some historical constellation or other, this includes within it, as a nomological segment, empirical generalizations that provoke an inquiry into regularities by the person whom Aron calls the scholar in opposition to the judge. The entire study devoted to sociological causality in his book tends to show both the originality of this enterprise and its dependence with respect to historical causality, hence with respect to singular causal imputation. In this way historical causality has the strange status of being an investigation found lacking in relation to the search for regularities and laws, and yet deemed excessive in relation to the abstractions of sociology. It constitutes an internal limit on sociology's claim to be a science, just when it borrows from the latter the regularities upon which its probabilism is founded. It is due to this epistemological ambivalence that historical determinism, which claims to be located at an even higher level than that of sociological explanation, is, in its turn, chipped away from inside by the contingency preserved in historical causality. Causal relations are dispersed, they do not fall into a pattern, so that they do not explain each other as do the classified laws of a theory in physics. p. 205. In this sense, sociological causality refers back to historical causality rather than absorbing it into itself. the partial determinism develops regularly only in a single constellation which is never exactly reproduced, p. 224. And again, abstract relations never exhaust the unique constellation, p. 230. It must therefore be concluded that the same dialectic of continuity and discontinuity is observed on the second side of the mediation performed by singular causal imputation between the narrative level and the epistemological one as is found on the first side, both complementary and divergent at the same time. Sociological and historical causality complement each other, p. 187. Here again, Aaron's originality in relation to Weber is confirmed. It results from the philosophical intention that animates his whole book. Thus the insistence with which the dependence of partial determinism on singular historical causality is stressed is in profound harmony with the historical philosophy, to use Gaston Fessard's title, that directs the epistemology of introduction to the philosophy of history, namely, his struggle against the illusion of fatality created by historical retrospection and his plea for the contingency of the present required by political action. Set against the backdrop of this great philosophical design, the logic of retrospective probability bears a precise meaning, which is of direct interest to our investigation into historical temporality. The investigation of cause by the historian, says Aaron, is direct not so much at tracing the broad outlines of the relief of history as at preserving for or restoring to the past the uncertainty of the future, p. 179. And again, unreal constructions must still remain an integral part of science, even if they do not go beyond an uncertain probability, for they offer the only means of escaping the retrospective illusion of fatality, p. 183, his emphasis. How is this possible? We must understand that the imaginative operation by which the historian assumes in thought that one of the antecedents has disappeared or been modified, and then tries to construct what would have happened in accordance with this hypothesis, has a significance that goes beyond epistemology. The historian acts here as a narrator who redefines the three dimensions of time in relation to an active present. Dreaming of a different event, he opposes utrania, a timeless time, to the fascination with what once was. The retrospective estimation of probabilities thus contains a moral and a political significance that exceeds its purely epistemological one. It recalls to the readers of history that the historian's past has been the future of the characters in history, p. 184. Due to its probabilist character, causal explanation incorporates into the past the unpredictability that is the mark of the future and introduces into retrospection the uncertainty of the event. The final lines of the section entitled Limits and Meaning of Historical Causality, pages 179-85, which concludes the analysis of historical causality, thus O.C. Cuppia's strategic position in the economy of this book: anticipatory calculation is a condition of reasonable conduct, as retrospective probabilities are of the true account. If decisions and moments are neglected, one substitutes for 188. 189. The living world and natural world or fatality. In this sense, historical science, the resurrection of politics, becomes contemporary with its heroes, p. 184, altered. I do not want to end this plea on behalf of the mediating role played by historical causality between implotment and explanation by laws without replying to an objection that will link the current discussion to my discussion in the next section concerning the entities characteristic of historical knowledge. It may, in fact, be objected that if we are still able to perceive a connection between implotment and singular causal imputation, this is due to the limitations of the example chosen by Max Weber, Bismarck's decision to attack Austria-Hungary in 1866. Does not this choice confine the argument, from the very start, to the political sphere, hence to the plane of the history of events? Does this not condemn it to being only another version of rational explanation? No, not if the argument can be extended by analogy to large-scale historical events in which the cause, while remaining singular, is no longer the individual. This analogical extension is made possible by the very nature of the question raised concerning the original example. 10. Even when historians inquire into the responsibility an individual has in a course of events, they explicitly distinguish causal imputation from ethical responsibility, on the one hand, and from nomological explanation, on the other. With regard to the first point, we must say that causal analysis provides absolutely no value judgment, and a value judgment is absolutely not causal explanation. Weber, p. 123. In the example chosen by Weber, following Meyer, causal imputation consists in asking why the decision to go to war was at that moment the appropriate means to achieve the goal of the unification of Germany, p. 121. We must not be misled by the use of such categories as means and ends. The argument does, of course, include a teleological segment, but overall it is causal. It concerns the causal value to be attributed to a certain decision in a course of events that includes factors other than the rational core of the decision considered, and among these the non-rational motivations of all the protagonists in this course of action and, in addition, meaningless factors stemming from physical nature. It is causal imputation alone that can say up to what point the outcome of an action failed to live up to or betrayed the intentions of the actors. The gap between the intention and the consequences is precisely one of the aspects of the causal value related to decision. These remarks go along with the thesis I have stated several times, namely, that causal explanation, even when it concerns the historical role of an individual decision, is distinguished from a phenomenology of action inasmuch as it evaluates intentions not only in terms of aims but also in terms of results. In this sense, causal imputation, as presented by Weber, coincides with von Wright's quasi-causal explanation, which contains teleological segments and epistemic segments. If, then, the argument of singular causal imputation is rightfully extended 190 to series of events in which the cause is not of an individual but a collective nature, it is because already in the original example, the historical meaning of an individual decision, historical imputation is irreducible to moral imputation. The objection, it is true, could return in another form. Why, someone might ask, continue to speak of imputation when moral responsibility is no longer in question? The notion of imputation, it would seem, preserves a diacritical function in that it provides a criterion for the distinction between causal explanation and nomothetic explanation. Even when the course of events offered for causal explanation involves non-individual factors, as we shall see later on for other examples, this course of events is considered by the historian in its singularity. In this sense, I should say that the individual Decision, is only the first analogue of singular causality. This is why the argument drawn from the study of the historical significance of an individual decision possesses exemplary value. Consider, for instance, Goethe's letters to Madame de Stein, another example borrowed from Weber's essay on Meyer's Theory of History. It is one thing to interpret them causally, that is, to show in what way the facts attested to in these letters are real links in a causal chain, p. 139, namely the development of the personality of Goethe's work. It is something quite different to think of them as an example of one way of conceiving of life, or as a case for a psychology of eroticism. Causal explanation is not restricted to an individual point of view, although it remains singular, since this type of behavior can in its turn be integrated into a causal ensemble of the history of German culture. In this case, it is not the individual fact itself that enters into the historical causal series, instead it serves to disclose the facts which are to be integrated into such causal sequences, p. 142. These causal series, in their turn, are singular even though they do include typical facts. It is the singularity belonging to causal series that separates causal imputation from nomothetic explanation. 1-2 It is because causal explanation is singular, and in this sense real, that the question of the importance of a given historical factor arises. The notion of importance enters in only on the level of causal explanation, not on that of nomothetic explanation. 1-3 The thesis that the notion of singular causal imputation can, in principle, be extended beyond causal imputation to individuals receives confirmation from another example Weber borrows from Meyer. The historian can pose the question of the historical significance of the Battle of Salamis without breaking this event up into a dust cloud of individual actions. The Battle of Salamis is for the historian, in a particular discourse situation, a single event to the extent that it can as such constitute the object of a singular causal imputation. This is the case insofar as it can be shown that this event is the deciding factor between two possibilities, whose probability can be estimated without being quantified. On the one hand, there is the possibility of a religious theocratic culture that would have been imposed on Greece if the battle had been lost, and that can be reconstructed on the basis of other known factors and in com. 191. Comparison with similar situations, in particular, that of the Persian protectorate as it concerned the Jews returning from exile. On the other hand, there is the free Hellenic spirit as this actually developed. The victory of Salamis can be held to be the adequate cause of this development. Indeed, when the event is eliminated in thought, a whole series of factors is eliminated with it: the construction of the Attic fleet, the development of the struggles for freedom, curiosity about history, factors that are summed up under the heading of the possibility following upon this event. It is, no doubt, the price we attach to the irreplaceable cultural values of the free Hellenic spirit that creates our interest in the Greco-Persian wars. But it is the construction of the imaginary tableau produced by abstraction and the weighing of the consequences of the event assumed to be eliminated that constitutes the logical structure of the argument. In this way, the argument remains that of a singular causal imputation, even when it is no longer applied to an individual decision. Max Weber's own work offers us an even more remarkable example of singular causal imputation outside of the sphere of individual decision and of politico-military history. The reasoning used in the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism exactly satisfies the method of causal inference that has just been described. 1. For the alleged connection between certain features of the Protestant ethic and certain features of capitalism constitutes a singular causal chain, even though it does not concern individuals taken one at a time, but rather roles, attitudes, and institutions. What is more, the causal connection provides the structure for a single process that renders irrelevant the distinction between a point-like event and a long time span. The thesis upheld in Weber's essay is, in this sense, a remarkable case of singular causal imputation. How is this argument constructed? Faithful to the method of abstraction, Weber isolates the specific component of the work ethic on the side of the religious phenomenon and, on the side of the economic phenomenon, the spirit of acquisition characterized by rational calculation, the precise adaptation of available means to desired ends, and the value attached to labor as such. The problem is then precisely set out. It is not a question of explaining the birth of capitalism as an overall phenomenon but rather the particular sixth Zion of the world it implies. The religious conception of ascetic Protestantism is itself considered only in terms of the relation of adequate causality that it maintains in regard to the spirit of capitalism. When the problem is set out in this way, the question is that of the adequacy of the causal imputation in the absence of any regularity of a nomological type. Empirical generalizations are involved, of course. For example, the assertion that a doctrine such as predestination, which divests the individual of ultimate responsibility, was bearable only when it was compensated by other factors that increased self-assurance, such as the belief in personal salvation, attested to by active involvement in work. However, empirical generalizations of this sort are only argumentative segments incorporated into the inductive inference that draws. 192. As its conclusion, the imputation of the spirit of capitalism to the Protestant ethic, therefore a singular causal imputation, inasmuch as that these two configurations and their conjunction remain unique in history. In order to uphold this causal imputation, Weber does exactly what he recommends in his article on Edward Meyer. He imagines a historical course from which the spiritual factor considered would be absent and in which other factors would have played the hypothetical role assumed by the Protestant work ethic. Among these other factors are the rationalization of law, the organization of commerce, the centralization of political power, technological inventions, the development of the scientific method. A probability calculation applied to these various factors suggests that in the absence of the spiritual factor under consideration, these other factors would not have been sufficient to produce the effect in question. For example, the advent of the scientific method would have been capable of focusing energy on a specific goal, the precise organization of ends and means. But it would have lacked the emotional force and the power of dissemination that the Protestant ethic alone could contribute. In this sense, the probability that the scientific method might have transformed the traditional ethic into the bourgeois work ethic is slight. The same reasoning has to be repeated with respect to the other candidates for the role of cause before the Protestant ethic can be held to be the adequate cause of the development of the spirit of capitalism. This is why the adequacy of the causal imputation is not equivalent to an argument based on necessity but only to one based on probability. With this extension of singular causal imputation to historical developments in which neither individual decisions nor point-like events can any longer be discerned, we have reached the point where historical explanation appears to break its moorings to narrative. And yet the reconstruction of the various stages of filiation I have just made, in my free reading of Weber's text, with the help of Aaron's introduction to the philosophy of history, authorizes us to apply the notion of plot by analogy to all singular causal imputation. This is, in my opinion, what justifies the use of the term plot by Paul Vane, who designates by this all the singular configurations that satisfy the criterion that I have proposed for the notion of implotment, namely, the synthesis of such heterogeneous factors as circumstances, intentions, interactions, adversity, good or bad fortune. This, moreover, as we have seen, approximates Vane's definition of plot, the conjoining of aims, causes, and chance occurrences. In keeping with my argument for the indirect relation of historical explanation to the structure of the narrative, I shall speak of a quasi-plot in order to indicate the analogous nature of the extension of singular causal imputation on the basis of its prime example, the causal explanation of the results of an individual decision. I shall take this analogy as my theme as I move from the question of explanatory procedures to that of the basic entities of historical knowledge. First-order entities of history. For didactic reasons, I have distinguished three paths along which we may question back, the one that leads from the explanatory procedures of scientific history back to the explanatory power contained in the implotment of narrative, the one that leads from the entities constructed by the historian back to the characters in narrative, and, finally, the one that leads from the multiple times of history back to the temporal dialectic of narrative. These three paths are inseparable, as were the three types of epistemological break described in the introduction to this chapter. They are characterized not only, 1. By the same style of indirect filiation linking history to narrative understanding, but also, 2. By the same recourse to certain relay stations that history itself provides for the task of reconstructing the historical intentionality. My emphasis will be placed first on the indirect character of the narrative filiation, a character that can be verified on the level of entities as well as on that of procedures. The epistemological break between historiographical entities and the characters in narratives is, as I see it, the presupposition with which we must start here. Characters can be identified, designated by proper names, and held to be responsible for the actions ascribed to them. They are their authors or their victims. And these actions make them happy or unhappy. Now, the entities to which history refers the changes it attempts to explain are not characters, if we limit ourselves to its explicit epistemology. The social forces that operate in the background of individual actions are, strictly speaking, anonymous. The force of this presupposition seems to me to be overlooked by every form of epistemological individualism, for which any social change can, in principle, be divided up into simple actions, ascribable to the individuals who are the authors of these actions and who bear the final responsibility for them. The error of methodological individualism lies in requiring in principle a reductive operation that can never actually be accomplished. In this I see the expression of a demand for a direct derivation that fails to grasp the specific nature of the questioning back, which alone is practicable in this domain. Only an indirect derivation can respect the epistemological break without shattering the intentional aim of historical knowledge. The question is, then, whether this intentional aim actually possesses, on the level of historiographical entities, a relay station similar to that of singular causal imputation on the level of explanatory procedures. This relay station does exist in the form of the first-order entities of historical knowledge, that is, those societal entities that, while they are indecomposable into a dust cloud of individuals, nevertheless do refer, in their constitution and in their definition, to individuals capable of being considered as the characters in a narrative. In the introduction to this chapter I called these first-order entities entities of participatory belonging. The following discussion should justify naming them in this way. The explanatory procedures that I classed under the heading of singular. 193. 194. Causal imputation apply, in a privileged manner, to these first-order entities. In other words, to the mediation procedures operating between scientific explanation and explanation by implotment correspond transitional objects that mediate between historiographical entities and the narrative entities I term the characters of a narrative. Participatory belonging is to entities what singular causal imputation is to the procedures of history. All historians and the example of Braudel, to whom I shall return in the third section of this chapter, provides ample confirmation of this are led at one time or another, even if they are wary of the epistemology conceived by philosophers, to order the entities put on stage in their discourse. This work of ordering is precisely what genetic phenomenology wants to follow through and make explicit. Whereas for professional historians the ordering of entities is thoroughly justified by its heuristic fecundity, genetic phenomenology seeks to carry this hierarchization of levels of discourse back to the intentionality of historical knowledge, to its constitutive noetic intention. To do this, it attempts to show that the ordering performed by historians is not reducible to a methodological expedient but contains its own intelligibility, which it is possible to account for reflectively. This intelligibility amounts to the possibility of traversing in both directions the hierarchy established by historical discourse among the entities it refers to. The first traversal ascending, if one likes, must be able to indicate the ever-widening gap between the level of narrative and the level of history as science. The second descending must be able to indicate the series of references leading back from the anonymous entities of historical discourse to the characters in a possible narrative. The intelligibility of the ordering results from the reversibility of these two traversals. It is within this search for intelligibility that the basic entities of historical discourse are determined. These entities of participatory belonging are located at the intersection of the ascending itinerary and the descending one. It is this strategic position that makes their determination the pivot point of our questioning back. Some help for this attempt at indirect derivation can be found in Maurice Mandelbaum's work, The Anatomy of Historical Knowledge, despite the author's hostility to the narrativist theses. From him I have learned a double lesson that I shall incorporate into my method of questioning back. The first concerns the ordering of the entities assumed by the historian's discourse. The second concerns the correlation between what Mandelbaum takes as the first-order entities of historical knowledge and the procedure of causal imputation, the theory of which was worked out above. This second lesson will enable us to tie together the two paths of questioning back, the path of entities and the path of procedures. But let us begin by reflecting on the basic entities. Maurice Mandelbaum's epistemology places him at an equal distance from 195. The proponents of a subsumption model and from those of the narrativist version. In opposition to the former, he holds that, despite the typical character of the situations and events that history treats and despite its recourse to generalizations, history deals fundamentally with what was characteristically true of some particular place over some particular span of time. Thus, the familiar thesis that historians are concerned with the particular, rather than with establishing explanatory generalizations, appears to me sound. p. 5. In other words, Mandelbaum takes into account Windelband's distinction between ideographical and nomothetic sciences. In opposition to the latter, he holds that history is an investigation, that is, a discipline concerned with authenticating its statements, with accounting for the relations it establishes between events. This is why the interest it displays in singular constellations cannot at the same time exclude the interpolation of regularities into its chains of relations. I shall not discuss these presuppositions, which accord quite well with the conclusions of the preceding 2 chapters. Against this backdrop, the thesis I shall be attending to stands out clearly: the irreducible object of history is of a societal order. History sees the thoughts, feelings, and actions of individuals in the specific context of their social environment. It is only insofar as individuals are viewed with reference to the nature and changes of a society existing at a particular time and place that they are of interest to historians. Mandelbaum, p. 10. At first sight, this thesis, taken in isolation, confirms the discontinuity between the level of history and that of a narrative in which characters have to be identifiable as individuals responsible for their actions. A more precise determination of the term society sets us on the path of the problematic specific to these basic entities. It results from a distinction between 2 kinds of history: general history and special histories, p. 11. General history takes as its theme particular societies, such as peoples and nations, whose existence is continuous. Special histories takes as their theme abstract aspects of culture such as technology, art, science, religion, which lack continuous existence and which are linked together only through the initiative of the historian who is responsible for defining what counts as art, as science, as religion. The notion of society, as the ultimate reference of history, receives from its opposition to the notion of culture a determination that will later allow me to characterize it as a transitional object between the plane of narrative and the plane of explanatory history. Let us specify further Mandelbaum's notion of society in its opposition to that of culture. A society, I shall hold, consists of individuals living in an organized community that controls a particular territory. The organization of such a community is provided by institutions that serve to define the status occupied by different individuals and ascribe to them the roles they are expected to play in perpetuating the continuing existence of the community. Ibid, his emphasis. 196. All 3 components of this definition are important. The first ties the community, and hence its duration, to places. The second connects it to individuals by assigning to them an institutionalized role. The third characterizes the community in terms of its uninterrupted existence. This third component will later enable us to bridge the gap between the basic entities and the procedures of causal connection that correspond to them at this level. The notion of culture covers all of the achievements stemming from social creations and implicated in individual use that are transmitted by a tradition, language, techniques, arts, philosophical or religious attitudes and beliefs, insofar as these diverse functions are included in the social heritage of the various individuals living within a particular society. The difference between society and culture is, of course, difficult to maintain in all cases. Why, it will be asked, are institutions, which define the role of individuals and include kinship systems, the distribution of goods, and the organization of labor, placed on the side of society rather than on that of culture? The answer is provided by the third feature of society, namely, that it is particular and exists continuously. From this it follows that an institution belongs to society and not to culture inasmuch as it constitutes an integrating factor in a particular and continuously existing society. In return, the activities that define culture are abstracted from particular societies and their modes are gathered together under a single classificatory concept by the definition that historians give to them, a definition that can vary widely from one author to another. This distinction between the history of particular societies and that of classes of activities indicates the 2 poles at either end of a range of intermediary cases. For example, the societal phenomenon can be analyzed into various aspects: political, economic, social, and the ways in which these aspects are cut up, defined, and put into relation stem from methodological choices that make them into artifacts in the same way as the activities classed under the heading of culture are made into artifacts. But as long as these aspects are thought of as the facets of a particular society, they provide its ultimate characterization. These facets can be referred back to the global societal phenomenon due to a noteworthy feature of the latter, namely, that it constitutes a network of institutions and powers, whose indefinite density lends itself to investigations on varying scales, after the manner of geographical maps. This capacity of the societal phenomenon of being analyzed into aspects, dimensions, or facets ensures the transition from general, I would prefer to say global, history to the special, or better, specialized, histories. But it is one thing to abstract these aspects and to group them together under the classes that then become the dominant subject matter of a specialized history. It is another thing altogether to relate these aspects to a particular society, to characterize it in an ever denser, ever more subtle manner, and in this way to restore its singular identity. The inverse argument can be made concerning specialized histories. In each case they take as their guiding theme a class of separate activities, techniques, sciences, arts, literature, philosophy, religion, or ideology. Now a class is not a concrete totality, it is an artifact of method. For example, art historians arrange discontinuous works into a collection following criteria that depend on the conception they may have of art. However, this manner of separating out a class by stipulating conditions is not left to the sole discretion of the art historians. The works themselves are set within traditions and within a framework of influences that mark their rootedness in the historical continuity of particular societies, from which the works receive a borrowed continuity. In this way, specialized histories refer back to general or global history. Consequently, depending upon whether the accent is placed on the artificial character of the connections between cultural products or upon the traditions that allow them to participate in the temporal continuity of particular societies, the investigation leans to the side of specialized history or to the side of global history. It is the semi-autonomy of institutions and activities that allows us to relate them either to the singular constellations that define a societal phenomenon or to the classes of products and of works that define the cultural phenomenon. 1.5 In what sense does the notion of society, in Mandelbaum's sense, offer a relay station in the derivation of historical entities starting from the characters in a narrative? Just as singular causal imputation presents an affinity with emplotment that justifies our speaking with regard to it of a quasi-plot, and even of plot in the broad sense of the word, so too society, once it is considered a singular entity, appears in historical discourse as a quasi-character. And this analogical transfer is not reducible to a rhetorical effect. It is founded twice over, in the theory of narrative and in the structure of the societal phenomenon. On the one side, nothing in the notion of character, understood in the sense of someone who performs an action, requires that this character be an individual human being. As our literary analysis in Volume 2 will amply confirm, the role of character can be held by whomever or whatever is designated in the narrative as the grammatical subject of an action predicate in the basic narrative sentence X does R. In this sense history only extends and amplifies the dissociation made between character and real actor in emplotment. It could even be said that history helps to give to the character his, her, or its full narrative dimension. In this sense, individual responsibility is just the first in a series of analogies, among which we find peoples, nations, classes, and all the communities that exemplify the notion of a singular society. On the other side, the societal phenomenon itself contains a decisive fiature that governs the analogical extension of the role of characters. The definition given by Mandelbaum of a singular society is incomplete without an oblique reference to the individuals who make it up. This oblique reference, in turn, allows us to deal with the society itself as one great individual, analo. 197. 198. Goes to the individuals who make it up. It is in this sense that Plato spoke of the city as a soul writ large and that Husserl in his fifth Cartesian meditation calls historical communities personalities of a higher order. Two things are to be pointed out in this argument. The first concerns the oblique reference in every definition of the societal phenomenon to the individuals who compose it. The second concerns the support this oblique reference provides for the analogical extension of the role of characters to the first-order entities of historical discourse. This oblique reference to individuals is contained in the features by which Mandelbaum defines society: territorial organization, institutional structure, temporal continuity. All three refer back to individuals who inhabit the territory, who fill the roles assigned by the institutions, and who provide, as generation replaces generation, the historical continuity of the society in question. I call this an oblique reference because it is not part of the historian's direct discourse, which can, without too many qualms, restrict itself to collective entities and make no explicit reference to their individual components. But if it is not up to history as a scientifically oriented discipline to thematize this oblique reference, it is, on the contrary, the task of a genetic phenomenology to discover in the phenomenon of the weir relation the origin of the connection between individuals and particular societies. It finds this connection in the phenomenon of participatory belonging that relates first-order historical entities to the sphere of action. This connection defines the bearers of action as members of. It can be called a real, ontological connection insofar as it has precedence with respect to the consciousness the members have of it. Of course, it is characteristic of this connection that it be capable of being recognized as such, that it be capable of being experienced and stated, but this recognition is grounded in the connection itself, which it brings to the level of language. The same emphasis must be given to both the ontological anteriority of the connection of belonging and the role of symbolic mediations, norms, customs, rites by which the recognition of this connection is confirmed. As a result, neither varying degrees of consciousness nor the modes of its becoming conscious are actually constitutive of this connection. With this qualification in mind, let us consider for a moment the perspective of the varying degrees of consciousness. The connection of belonging can be experienced with great intensity of feeling, as in patriotism, class consciousness, or prejudice, but it can also be forgotten, neglected, dissimulated, even vehemently denied by those whom the rest of society considers as outcasts or traitors, or by those who consider themselves dissidents, exiles, or outlaws. It can then be the task of a critique of ideology to unmask their hidden allegiance. But this critique, in its turn, presupposes the anteriority of the connection in relation to consciousness, and to the possibility of bringing it into the sphere of explicit consciousness. As for the modes of explicit consciousness, the experience of participatory belonging can be tinged with the widest range of evaluations. Even opposition. It spans the range between the poles of approbation and rejection, commemoration and abhorrence, to use Francois Furet's expression in interpreting the French Revolution, to which I shall return in the third section of this chapter. The threefold reference of the societal phenomenon to the individual, which I have extracted from Mandelbaum's definition, clearly derives from this connection of participatory belonging brought to light by genetic phenomenology. To territorial organization corresponds the act of inhabiting, that is, of defining human space by means of a set of founding acts, constructing a shelter, marking out and passing over a threshold, living together, showing hospitality. Corresponding to the way in which individuals are assigned a status by institutions are the various manners in which the members of a group take on a given role, that is, the various ways of working, of performing a craft, of relating labor and leisure, of situating oneself within the relations of class, rank, and power. Corresponding to the perpetuation of societal existence is the connection between generations that intertwines life and death, and provides the living not only with contemporaries but also with predecessors and successors. 1/6 Then comes the second part of the argument, namely, that the oblique reference of the societal phenomenon to individuals justifies the analogical extension of the role of character to the first-order entities of history. By virtue of this analogy, first-order historical entities can be designated as the logical subjects of active and passive verbs. In return, the analogy requires nothing more than the oblique reference of the societal phenomenon to individuals. To say that France does this or suffers that by no means implies that the collective entity in question has to be reduced to the individuals who make it up and that its actions can be distributively ascribed to its members taken one by one. The transfer of the vocabulary of the individual to the first-order entities of history must be said at one and the same time to be only analogical, and therefore implying no reductionism, and to be well-founded in the phenomenon of participatory belonging. The recognition of this connection between the oblique character of the reference to the individual and the analogous character of the transfer of vocabulary is not without epistemological consequences. It enables history and the other social sciences to avoid the difficulties of methodological individualism. By giving equal weight to the ontological dimension and to the reflective dimension, the connection of participatory belonging accords equal weight to the group and the individual. It shows the individual to be situated from the outset in what Hannah Arendt liked to call the public sphere of appearance. In this sense, none of the three features that constitute the societal phenomenon can be derived from the isolated individual, not the organizing of a territory, not the instituting of roles, not the continuity of existence. On the other hand, none of these three features can be defined without referring to individ. 199. UAL action and to the interaction among individuals. It results from this that the transitional object of historical consciousness presents an unavoidable polar ity, which is summed up in the expression participatory belonging 1. 7. The notion of a quasi-character, which I am adopting here in symmetry with that of a quasi-plot, owes an equal debt to each of the two arguments stated above. It is because each society is made up of individuals that it behaves like one great individual on the stage of history, and that historians can attribute to these singular entities the initiative for certain courses of action and the historical responsibility in Arendt's sense for certain results, even when these were not intentionally aimed at. But it is because the technique of narrative has taught us to dissociate characters from individuals that historical discourse can perform this transfer on the syntactical level. In other words, first-order historiographical entities constitute a relay station between second and even third-order entities only because the narrative idea of a character itself constitutes a relay station on the configurational level between those first-order entities which history deals with and the active individuals implied by real practice. The first-order entities of the historian refer to the entities belonging to the sphere of action, those which I spoke of in Part I under the heading of mimesis only by means of the narrative category of character, which comes from mimesis 2. 2. The symmetry between the theory of quasi-character and that of quasi-plot is reinforced by the fact that singular causal imputation, in which we saw the transitional procedure between historical explanation and narrative explanation, finds its privileged field of application precisely on the level of the first-order entities of historical discourse. One essential function of causal attribution is, in effect, to re-establish the continuity of a process in which the unity of development appears, for one reason or another, to be interrupted, or even non-existent. We recall that continuous existence is, in Mandelbaum's vocabulary, a major feature in distinguishing society from culture. This function of causal explanation is one of the primary theses of Mandelbaum's work. This thesis deliberately breaks with the empiricist tradition stemming from Hume, for which causality expresses a regular connection between two types of logically distinct events. According to this tradition, the nomothetic character of the causal relation is rigorously tied to the atomist character of the notions of cause and effect. Mandelbaum attacks just this atomist character of causal connection when he defines the basic social phenomenon in terms of continuous existence. 1.8 Starting from the perceptual level, causality expresses the continuity of a singular process. The cause is the whole process, the effect is its end point. For the observer, the fact that a ball is hit is the cause of its movement, and the cause is included within the complete event. It is only for the sake of convenience that we isolate from the whole process the most variable of its factors and make it a cause distinct from its effect. For example, bad weather for a 200. Bad harvest. Against Hume, it must be said that an analysis of the cause of a particular occurrence involves tracing the various factors that are jointly responsible for the occurrence being what it was, and not being different, p. 74. 19 Causal explanation always involves linking a cause and its effect together in such a way that they may be said to constitute aspects of a single ongoing process, p. 76. Conversely, explanation in terms of one discrete antecedent is always the sign of an abbreviated and truncated explanation. The pragmatic advantage of these truncated explanations must not make us forget that the cause is the whole set of actual ongoing occurrences or events that resulted in this, and no other, particular effect, p. 93. In this sense there is a logical gap between causal explanation, which always concerns the factors responsible for a particular occurrence, and the statement of a law, which concerns the invariable connection between types of events or properties. Laws have an unlimited range of application, precisely because they do not attempt to state connections between actual occurrences, but between properties characteristic of occurrences of given types, p. 98, or, if one prefers, between types of factors rather than between types of actual events, p. 100. This has two consequences, whose importance for the theory of history must not be underestimated. The first concerns the insertion of regularities into a singular causal attribution. If, in the course of the explanation of a singular process, we make recourse to generalities, to laws, this generality characteristic of laws cannot be substituted for the singularity of causal explanation. If we say, X was killed by a bullet that passed through his heart, the physiological laws concerning blood circulation are linked to abstract factors, not to the concrete phases of the actual process. They provide the mortar, not the materials. Laws apply to the sequence of conditions only seriatim. Therefore the series of occurrences leading to the final result must be accounted for causally in order for the laws to be applied to the series. 20 Second consequence, the explanation makes the effect of a continuous process appear to be determined necessarily. Once the initial state of the system is given, nothing other than this particular result could have occurred. But this does not mean that the event, as a whole, has been determined. For it is always in a closed system that a process can be said to be determined. The entire universe would have to be considered as a single system in order to identify the idea of causal determination with that of determinism. The initial conditions cannot be said to lead logically to their effect, since this effect results from the contingent fact that each of the occurrences taken at the start took place at a given moment and at a given place. Causal necessity is therefore a conditional necessity, given the complete set of causal conditions that took place, and not others. It was necessary that the effect that was actually produced occur. These two consequences confirm the irreducible but non-exclusive position of causal explanation. 2.1 The decisive feature and to my knowledge without equivalent anywhere. 201. Else of Maurice Mandelbaum's theory of causal explanation is, as has been stated, its close affinity with the analysis of first-order entities in history. Indeed, it is general history in the sense defined above that most fully illustrates his three-point thesis concerning causal explanation, namely, that causality is the internal linkage of a continuous process, that generalizations in the form of laws are to be inserted into singular causal explanation, and that causal necessity is conditional and does not imply a belief in determinism. Let us consider each of these 3 points further. The affinity between causal reasoning and the continuous nature of social phenomena is easily explained. As was stated earlier, history passes from description to explanation as soon as the question why is freed from the question what, and becomes a separate theme of inquiry. And the question why becomes autonomous when the analysis into factors, phases, and structures is itself freed from the overall grasping of the total social phenomenon. Causal explanation must then reconstruct the continuity broken by the analysis. This reconstruction can take two forms, depending on whether it emphasizes temporal continuity or structural unity. In the first case, that of longitudinal analysis, if we may so call it, the social phenomenon calls for analysis and the work of reconstruction due to the fact that the web of events has the noteworthy property of constituting an infinitely dense series, p. 123. This property allows every possible change in scale. Any event can thus be analyzed into sub-events or integrated into a larger-scale event. In this sense, the difference between short-term, middle-term, and long-term is simply the temporal aspect of the relation of part to whole that predominates in historical explanation. To these changes of scale in the longitudinal analysis correspond equally variable degrees in the structural analysis. A society is an institutional fabric of tighter or looser stitches that permits variable degrees of abstraction in the institutional topos. Thus, the end point of our analysis may lie in the distinction between economics and ideology on the whole, as in Marx, or between political, economic, social, and cultural phenomena, but we may also take each of these terms as a starting point for a functional analysis. These two lines of analysis are largely autonomous, due to the fact that it is unlikely that all aspects of societal life and all phases of culture will change in a synchronous fashion, p. 142. These discordances encourage the splitting apart of general history into special histories. And in turn, this splitting apart renders the task of general history all the more urgent and specific. The degree of unity to be found in any age becomes not an explanatory principle but something that is itself to be explained, ibid. This degree of unity is not to be sought anywhere but in the way in which the parts are related to one another. The explanation of the whole will depend upon understanding the connections that exist in the patterning of its parts, ibid. The second thesis, the necessary insertion of generalities in singular causal. 202. 203. Explanation, results from the analytical character of explanation. The historical field is a relational field in which no connection, whether longitudinal or transversal, is taken as given once and for all. This is why generalizations of every order, of every epistemological level, and of every scientific origin are required to cement causality together. They concern institutional structures no less than the dispositions that give human conduct a certain stability and make it relatively accessible to prediction. But these generalizations function historically only under the condition of accounting for temporal structures and sequences whose cohesiveness is due to the fact that they are parts of a continuous whole. Finally, the distinction between conditional causal necessity and universal determinism is perfectly homogeneous with the distinction between general history and special histories. Since the individual societies that constitute the ultimate term of reference for general history are ineluctably multiple, the necessity that historians may claim in reconstructing the continuity of their sequential or structural constitution remains fragmentary and somewhat regional. Mandelbaum's reasoning here hooks up with that of G. H. von Wright concerning the closure of systems, the intervening role played by agents in this very operation of closure, and the impossibility for any subject to be at one and the same time the observer of systemic connections and the active operator who puts the system into motion. Mandelbaum also here links up with the distinction made by Max Weber between adequate causality and logical necessity. And lastly, he reinforces Raymond Aron's argument against the retrospective illusion of fatality and Aron's defense of a fragmentary determinism open to free political action. Yet the root of the distinction between conditional causal necessity and universal determinism is to be sought in the very nature of the first-order entities, which are always individual societies. Whatever lies behind this word, be it nation, class, people, community, or civilization, the participatory belonging that founds the societal bond engenders the quasi-characters who are as numerous as are the quasi-plots of which they are the heroes. Just as, for historians, there is no single plot that could encompass every possible plot, neither is there, for them, a single historical character who would be the superhero of history. The pluralism of peoples and civilizations is an unavoidable fact of every historian's experience because it is an unavoidable fact of the experience of those who make or who suffer history. This is why singular causal attribution, which operates within the limits of this pluralism, can claim only a causal necessity conditioned by the hypothesis that a particular singular society is given in which there exist human beings who are acting in common. 3. I shall only briefly discuss the second and third order entities constructed by historians and the correlation between their explanatory procedures and these derived entities. 204. The passage from general history to special histories in Maurice Mandelbaum is once again a good guide. Let us recall the characteristics he attributes to the cultural phenomena which special histories are concerned with: technology, the sciences, the arts, religion. They are: 1. Discontinuous phenomena, 2. Delimited by the historian, who establishes by stipulation what counts as a cultural phenomenon of this or that class, and, consequently, 3. Are less inclined toward objectivity than is general history. Since my topic here is not the debate between objectivity and subjectivity in history but the epistemological status of the entities constructed by the historian, I am going to bracket everything that concerns the degree of arbitrariness allowed by special histories and will concentrate instead on the relation of derivation that connects special histories to general history. This derivation is made possible by the analysis into phases and structures that already prevails on the level of general history, as well as by the recourse made to general terms in the course of causal explanation. Starting from this twofold work of abstraction, the interest of the historian has no difficulty in shifting from the societal phenomenon, taken in its continuity and its singularity, to cultural and generic phenomena. New entities then occupy the stage of history that are simply correlates of the work of conceptualization characteristic of scholarly history. These entities are, we must add MIT, classes, generic beings, not singular entities. For the most part, they are borrowed from the social sciences with which history combines to form a pair: economics, demography, the sociology of organizations, the sociology of attitudes and of ideologies, political science. Historians will be all the more tempted to take these entities for historical realities if they are successful in dealing with them as invariants, for which singular societies are no more than variants or, better, variables. This is what Paul Vane does in L'Inventaire de Differences. 23. He constructs an invariant, imperialism, and among its variants the imperialism that consists in occupying all the available space in order to acquire a monopoly of power. Roman singularity is thus localized, without any consideration of space and time, on the specific axis defined by the invariant taken as the starting point. This conceptual mechanism is perfectly legitimate and of great heuristic and explanatory force. It becomes faulty only when it is forgotten that second-order entities, such as imperialism, are derived with respect to their existence from first-order entities, to which acting individuals have belonged and in which they have participated through their actions and interactions. Perhaps historians can only believe in these conceptual beings by forgetting and reversing the true order of derivation. The merit of Maurice Mandelbaum's argument is that it combats this forgetfulness by reminding us that no history of art, of science, or of any other function of a given society preserves a historical significance unless, at least implicitly, historians keep in mind the concrete entities from which their histories were abstracted. In other 205 words, these histories have no historical significance in themselves but only in reference to the continuously existing entities which are the bearers of these functions. The derivation of second-order entities from first-order ones has as its corollary the derivation we have continuously observed of nomological explanation from singular causal explanation. I shall not return to this argument itself but rather to one of its aspects that more directly expresses the kinship between the two lines of derivation, that of procedures and that of entities. I have in mind the sort of quarrel over universals occasioned in the area of historical studies by the work of conceptualization, which, as one stated in the introduction to this chapter, is one of the corollaries of the epistemological break that gives rise to history as a scientific investigation. Mandelbaum's thesis, that the objects proper to special histories are classes and not singular entities, helps to strengthen the moderate nominalism professed by many epistemologists concerning the status of the conceptual apparatus employed by the new historians. Henry Irene Marrow, in a chapter of his book, entitled The Use of the Concept, pages 155 to 76, distinguishes 5 large categories of concepts. 1. History, he says, uses concepts having a universal ambition, p. 157, which are not so rare as the relativist critique would have them be, concerning that which is least variable in human beings. For my part, I would connect them to the conceptual network constituting the semantics of action, mimesis. 2. History, in addition, makes an analogical or metaphorical use of some special image, p. 162, for example, the adjective Baroque taken out of context and transposed on the basis of a reasoned comparison to periods other than the Baroque, strictly speaking. 3. Next comes the nomenclature of special terms designating institutions, instruments, or tools, manner of acting, thinking or feeling, in short, the facts of civilization, p. 166. The limits of their validity are not always perceived, for example, when these terms are extrapolated from one specific sector of the past and applied to another consul, Roman virtue, etc. 4. Of greater importance is Max Weber's class of ideal types, if by ideal type we mean a plan of relatively general value built up by the historian from rudiments observed in the study of special cases, an organic scheme of mutually dependent parts, expressed with precision and severity by the historian in a definition which exhausts the contents, p. 168. For example, the notion of the ancient city as it was set out by Fustel de Coulanges. However, Marot observes, as Max Weber emphasizes with some insistence, it is only legitimate to use the idealtypus as long as the historian remains fully conscious of its strictly nominalistic character, p. 171. We cannot, then, be too much on guard against the temptation to reify ideal types. 5. Finally, there are names such as classical antiquity, Athens, the Renaissance, the Baroque, the French Revolution. This time it is a matter of particular terms that are incapable of exhaustive definition. They 206 denote an ensemble, for example a more or less vast period of the history of a certain human milieu, or of the history of art or of thought, the totality of all that we are able to know of the object thus defined, p. 174. In my opinion, this last class is heterogeneous in relation to the preceding ones, because it designates third-order entities that combine the themes, procedures, and results of special histories into new holistic entities. These totalities are in no way comparable to the concrete totalities characteristic of first-order entities. They differ from them due to the complex procedures of special histories. Their synthetic character is the counterpart of the deliberately analytical spirit that governs the construction of second-order entities. In this sense, despite their appearance of being concrete, these entities are the most abstract of all. This is why the procedures that govern this level are as far removed as possible from the procedures of implotment that can be analogosly extended to the collective heroes of general history. 24. This nominalism of historical concepts is, in my opinion, the epistemological corollary of the derived nature of the second and third order entities. When we consider these entities, we are dealing with constructs whose basis in narrative and, all the more so, in experience, is less and less apparent. We can no longer discern in these constructs the equivalent of what we call project, goal, means, strategy, or even occasion and circumstance. In short, at this derived level we may no longer speak of a quasi-character. The language appropriate to second and third order entities is too far removed from that of narrative, and even more so from that of real action, to retain any trace of its indirect derivation. It is only by way of the relation of derivation of second-order entities starting from first-order ones that this filiation can be reactivated. Only the highly refined method of questioning back can, therefore, reconstruct the channels by which not only the procedures but also the entities of historical investigation indirectly refer back to the plane of narrative understanding. Only this questioning back accounts for the intelligibility of history as a historical discipline. 2.5. Historical time and the fate of the event. The reader will not be surprised if I conclude my inquiry into the epistemology of history with the question of historical time. This is, indeed, what is at stake throughout the whole of Part 2 of this work. The question of the epistemological status of historical time in relation to the temporality of narrative has been constantly anticipated in the two preceding sections. Singular causal imputation has been shown to be closely akin to the historian's positing of first-order entities, one of whose distinctive features is, in its turn, continuous existence. Even if this feature cannot be reduced to temporal continuity, since it concerns all the structural aspects of the relations between the parts and the 207 whole, nevertheless the notion of change applied to structural relations unceasingly leads back to the question of historical time. Does my thesis, that both the procedures and the entities stemming from the epistemological break characteristic of history as science refer back by an indirect path to the procedures and entities of the narrative level, have an equivalent on this third level as well? Can it be demonstrated that the time constructed by the historian stems, through a succession of ever-widening gaps, from the temporality proper to the narrative? Here again I have sought an appropriate relay station. I thought this could be found in the extremely ambiguous use that historians make of the notion of event. For this demonstration I will once again rely on French historiography. Of course, I am taking as given what has been amply demonstrated above, namely, that the history of long time spans has now carried the day and tends to occupy the entire field of historical studies. 2.6 In taking up once more the plea for the long time span from the viewpoint of the fate of the event, I will attempt to find in it an expansion one characteristic of history of the dialectic between the configuration of time by narrative composition and the temporal prefigurations of practical lived experience. Let us first recall what the mythic configuration in the Aristotelian sense of the term makes of the event. We remember the epistemological and ontological postulates related to the notion of event. Let us leave aside for the moment the ontological postulates, which we shall return to in Volume 2 when I discuss the reference of history to the past. Let us restrict ourselves to the epistemological postulates implicit in the current use of the term event: singularity, contingency, deviation, and let us attempt to reformulate them in terms of my theory of plot, as presented under the heading of Mimesis 2. This reformulation proceeds from the major connection between event and narrative through the plot. As was shown above, the events themselves receive an intelligibility derived from their contribution to the development of the plot. As a result, the notions of singularity, contingency, and deviation have to be seriously modified. Plots, in fact, are in themselves both singular and non-singular. They speak of events that occur only in this particular plot, but there are types of plot that universalize the event. In addition, plots combine contingency and probability, even necessity. Like the peripeteia in Aristotle's Poetics, events occur by surprise, changing, for example, good fortune into bad. But the plot makes contingency itself a component of what Galli rightly calls the followability of the story. And, as Louis O. Mink has noted, it is really in the case of retelling a story, reading the story backward from its conclusion to its beginning, that we understand things had to turn out as they did. Plots, finally, combine submission to paradigms with deviation from the ES. 208. Tablished models. The emplotment process oscillates between servile conformity with respect to the narrative tradition and rebellion with respect to any paradigm received from that tradition. Between these two extremes lies the entire range of combinations involving sedimentation and invention. Events, in this regard, follow the fate of the plot. They too follow the rule and break it, their genesis oscillating from side to side of the median point of rule-governed deformation. Thus, due to the fact that they are narrated, events are singular and typical, contingent and expected, deviant and dependent on paradigms, even if this is in the ironic mode. My thesis is that historical events do not differ radically from the events framed by a plot. The indirect derivation of the structures of history starting from the basic structures of narrative, a derivation established in the preceding sections, allows us to think that it is possible, through the appropriate procedures of derivation, to extend to the notion of historical event the reformulation of the concepts of singularity, contingency, and absolute deviation imposed by the notion of implotted event. I would like to return to Fernand Braudel's work, despite or even because of the case made there against the history of events, in order to show in what sense the very notion of the history of a long time span derives from the dramatic event in the sense just stated, that is, in the sense of the imploded event. I will start from the indisputable achievement of the Braudelian methodology, namely, the idea of the plurality of social times. The dissecting of history into various planes, to employ the terms of the preface to the Mediterranean, p. 21, remains a major contribution to the theory of narrative time. The method of questioning back must therefore start from here. We must ask ourselves what enables us to make the very distinction between a history whose passage is imperceptible, a history of slow but perceptible rhythms, p. 20, and a history on the scale of individual men, p. 21, namely, that history of events which the history of the long time span is to dethrone. It seems to me that the answer is to be sought in the principle of unity which, despite the separation into different spans of time, holds the three parts of Braudel's work together. The reader cannot be content with merely recognizing the right of each of these parts to exist by itself. Each part, the preface states, is itself an essay in general explanation, p. 20. This is all the more incumbent in that the title of the work, by its twofold reference on the one hand to the Mediterranean, on the other to Philip II, invites its readers to ask themselves in what way the long span of time brings about the transition between structure and event. To understand this mediation performed by the long time span is, in my opinion, to recognize the plot-like character of the whole that is constituted by the three parts of the work. I would like to base my interpretation not on the declarations concerning method collected in the work on history, but on a patient reading of the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean world in the age of Philip II, in the 1976 French third edition. 2.7 This reading reveals the important role of the transitional structures that ensure the overall coherence of the work. These structures, in turn, allow us to consider the arrangement of the entire work in terms of its quasi-plot. By transitional structure, I mean all the procedures of analysis and exposition that result in a work's having to be read both forward and backward. In this regard, I would be prepared to say that if the first part itself retains a historical character despite the predominance of geography, this is by virtue of all the elements that point to the second and third parts and set the stage upon which the characters and drama of the rest of the work will be played out. The second part is devoted to the long time span, properly speaking, and serves to hold the two poles together, the Mediterranean, the referent of the first part, and Philip II, the referent of the third. In this sense it constitutes both a distinct object and a transitional structure. It is this last function that makes it interdependent with the two parts that frame it. Let me demonstrate this in some detail. Consider the first level, whose theme seems to be space rather than time. What is immobile is the inland sea. And everything he writes about is already part of a history of the Mediterranean. 28 For example, the first 3 chapters are devoted to this landlocked sea. They refer to inhabited or uninhabitable spaces, including watery plains. Humans are everywhere present and with them a swarm of symptomatic events. The mountains appear as a refuge and a shelter for free people. As for the coastal plains, they are not mentioned without a reference to colonization, to the work of draining them, of improving the soil, the dissemination of populations, displacements of all sorts, migrations, nomadism, invasions. 2.9 Here, now, are the waters, their coastlines, and their islands. They, too, enter into this geohistory on the scale of human beings and their navigation. The waters are there to be discovered, explored, traveled. Even on this first level, it is not possible to speak of them without mentioning relations of economic and political dominance, Venice, Genoa. The great conflicts between the Spanish and Turkish empires already cast their shadows over the seascape. And with these power struggles, events are already taking shape. 3.0 Thus, the second level is not only implied but actually anticipated in the first. Geohistory is rapidly transformed into geopolitics. In fact, The first part is essentially concerned with establishing the polarity between the Turkish and Spanish empires. 3.1 Maritime zones are from the very beginning political zones. 3.2 Our view may try to concentrate on the silent life of the islands, their slow rhythm of ancient and new. But global history never ceases to come ashore on these islands and to link the peninsulas. 3.3 So political supremacy passed from one peninsula to another and along with it supremacy in other. 209. Fields, economic and cultural, p. 166. Geography has so little autonomy that the boundaries of the space considered are continually redrawn by history. 3.4 The Mediterranean is measured by its sphere of influence. The phenomenon of trade is, in the same stroke, already implied. The Mediterranean space must be extended as far as the Sahara and to the European isthmuses. Braudel does not shy from stating right in the middle of his first part, it is worth repeating that history is not made by geographical features, but by the men who control or discover them, p. 225. Thus the final chapter of the first level openly leads from a physical unity to that human unity with which this book is concerned, p. 276. Consider human labor. The different regions of the Mediterranean are connected not by the water, but by the peoples of the sea. It produces a space in motion made of roads, markets, and trade. This is why it is necessary to speak of banks and of industrialism and trading families, and especially of cities, whose appearance changes the face of the land. 3.5 The second level is, of course, the one where the historian of the long time span finds himself most at home. But the extent to which this level, considered in itself, lacks coherence must be noted. Oscillating between the sphere of structure and the sphere of conjuncture, it places three competing systems of organization on stage: that of economic conjuncture, in overall expansion, that of the political implications of the physical and geographical relations, as observed in the mobile polarity of Spain and Turkey, and that of civilizations. These three systems do not correspond exactly, and this perhaps explains the increasing temptation, from one edition to the next, to give in to the unifying materialism of the economic conjuncture. Already under the title of economies, the first system of organization, relatively disparate problems are considered: the constraints of space and of the number of people with respect to the governing of the empires, the role of the influx of precious metals, monetary phenomena, and the evolution of prices, and finally, trade and transportation. As he is setting up this first system, Braudel raises, with ever-increasing emphasis, the question of the specific level at which the totalizing factor, if there is one, is to be located. Can the model of the Mediterranean economy be constructed? Yes, if a content can be given to the notion of a world economy, considered as an internally coherent zone, p. 419, despite its uncertain and variable limits. But this is a risky endeavor, because of a lack of monetary standards by which to draw up an account of all the exchanges. In addition, a flurry of dated events concerning the four corners of the quadrilateral Genoa-Milan-Venice-Florence, as well as the history of the other marketplaces, confirms the fact that level 3 continually merges with level 2. And the growth of states, joined to that of capitalism, makes the long history of economies repeatedly fall back upon the history of events. 3.6 Discussing trade and transportation, Braudel reiterates his purpose: my intention is to discover a general pattern, p. 542. But the 210 pepper trade, the wheat crisis, the invasion of the Mediterranean by ships from the Atlantic, oblige him to cover a great number of events: the history of Portuguese pepper, the Welser and Fugger agreements, the struggle between competing routes, and at the same time to go beyond the appearances of the narrative. 3.7 The balances and the crises touching Mediterranean wheat, the vicissitudes of the grain trade, p. 584, the arrival of Atlantic sailing ships, which becomes an invasion. These are so many dates: how the Dutch took Seville after 1570 without firing a shot, p. 636. The historian never manages to put events behind him as he moves in the direction of general economics, of the dynamic of world economies, which are assigned the task of explaining events on the scale of the one I have just mentioned. And the second level must also make room for other principles of organization, empires, societies, civilizations. It sometimes seems that empires provide the fabric of history. The story of the Mediterranean in the 16th century is in the first place a story of dramatic political growth, with the Leviathans taking their positions, p. 660, the Ottomans to the east, the Habsburgs to the west. The characters Charles V, Suleiman are accidents, of course, but not their empires. Without denying individuals and circumstances, attention must instead be directed to the conjuncture persistently favorable to vast empires, with the economic ascendancy of the 15th and 16th centuries, and, more generally, to the factors favorable or unfavorable to the vast political formations which are seen to rise and to begin to decline in the 16th century. 3.8 It can well be said that Iberian unity is in the air, implied by the very meaning of the conjuncture, and along with it the creation of an imperial mystique, one of conquest and expansion in the direction, first, of Africa and, then, of America. But, in the face of events on the scale of the conquest of Constantinople, then of Syria, and finally of Egypt by the Turks, how hard it is not to exclaim, surely the major event. p. 667. How can one fail to give life to characters as imposing as Charles V and Philip II, even if it can be written that Philip IP's withdrawal to Spain was a tactical withdrawal towards American silver, p. 676. This does not keep the historian from expressing regret Philip II did not move his capital to Lisbon rather than shutting himself up in Madrid. If, despite everything, the long time span wins out, this is inasmuch as the fates of states and of economies are mutually related. In opposition to Schumpeter, who overemphasizes the economy, one must place an equal weight on politics and on its institutions. 39 But politics cannot be discussed without discussing the agents of its greatness, legislators and their venality, the financial difficulties of the state, fiscal wars. The political enterprise has its actors. Once again, neither economies nor empires occupy the entire stage of the second level. Civilizations are also to be considered. Of all the complex and contradictory faces of the Mediterranean world, its civilizations are the most perplexing, p. 757, so fraternal and so exclusive are they, mobile and poor. 211. Monant, ready to spread their influence and determined not to borrow from the outside. Spain has its Baroque. The Counter-Reformation is its Reformation. The refusal then was deliberate and categorical, p. 768. In order to express these areas of astonishing permanence, Braudel has a magnificent description. A civilization exists fundamentally in a geographical area which has been structured by men and history. That is why there are cultural frontiers and cultural zones of amazing permanence. All the cross-fertilization in the world will not alter them, p. 770. Mortal. Of course, civilizations are mortal, but their foundations remain. They are not indestructible, but they are many times more solid than one might imagine. They have withstood 1,000 supposed deaths, their massive bulk unmoved by the monotonous pounding of the centuries, pages 775 to 76. However, yet another factor intervenes. Civilizations are many, and it is out of their points of contact, of friction, and of conflict that once again events are born. Even if the Hispanic world's refusal of any mixing is the cause, the slow shipwreck of Islam on the Iberian Peninsula, p. 781, has to be recounted, along with the drama of Granada, and even the survivals and infiltrations that allow us to speak of the aftermath of Granada, p. 792, until its destruction. 40 Next, the fate of the Jews has to be dealt with by means of the same schema, with a parallel being drawn between the stubbornness of the Marranos and that of the Moriscos. But, here again, we must follow the train of events back until we grasp the hidden connection between Jewish martyrdom and the movement of the conjuncture, The chief culprit was the general recession of the Western world, p. 820. The date 1492 thus loses a bit of its dark splendor when it is placed at the end of a period of slow regression. Even the moral condemnation is found to be, if not weakened, at least nuanced. For one, the long conjunctures of civilizations are intertwined with those of economies. It remains that the rejection of Islam and of Judaism attests to the specificity of civilizations in relation to economies. Finally, and especially, without returning to the history of battles, forms of warfare have to be placed on the level of long time span phenomena. And yet events must also be included if we are to appreciate the forms of war, to weigh the cost, the ruin of empires, and, in particular, to discern in war itself the very test of the longevity of civilizations. Opposing ideological conjunctures that present themselves and then are replaced allow us to give their relative weight to events such as the Battle of Lepanto, which was grossly overestimated by its protagonists and eyewitnesses. These superimposed conjunctures, the bearers of events, mark on land and on sea the collision of economies, empires, societies, and civilizations. This competition between several principles of organization operating on the second level has not escaped Braudel. At the end of the second part and in later editions he weighs the pros and cons of a history governed by economic conjuncture alone or instead by a series of numerous conjunctures, for there is not one conjuncture but several. There is not even one economic conjuncture but a 212. Secular trend. The limit of its ebb and flow has a different date from one edition to the next, and an entire hierarchy of long, semi-long, and short conjunctures. But, most of all, it must be admitted that cultural conjunctures can only with the greatest difficulty be superimposed on economic conjunctures, even on the secular trend. Did not the Spanish Golden Age continue to flower after the greatest secular upheaval? How can these late-season flowerings be explained? The historian hesitates. Despite the sirens of the economic conjuncture, he admits that history once again becomes multiple, uncertain. Perhaps it is the whole that will slip through our fingers. Everything, then, in the first two parts conspires to crown the edifice with a history of events that puts on stage politics and people. This third part of the work is by no means a concession to traditional history. In a total history, stable structures and slow evolutions perhaps constitute the essential part, but they cannot provide the total picture, p. 901. Why? First, because events provide testimony of the deep-seated, underlying movements of history. As we saw, the first two parts make frequent use of these ephemera of history, ibid, which are at one and the same time symptoms and testimonies. The great historian is not afraid of stating here, I am by no means the sworn enemy of the event, ibid. But there is another reason, namely, that events raise the problem of their coherence at their own level. Braudel himself gives a twofold justification for the inevitable selection that this level of explanation requires. On the one hand, the historian retains only important events, those that have been made important by their consequences. Without naming it, Braudel encounters here the problem of singular causal explanation as it was posed by Weber and Aaron, with its logic of retrodiction and its search for adequation for. 2. On the other hand, the historian cannot ignore the judgment made by contemporaries concerning the importance of events, under pain of failing to take into account the way in which people of the past interpreted their history. Braudel mentions in this regard the turning point that the St. Bartholomew's Eve massacre represents for the French. These interpretations, too, are part of the historical object. It thus becomes impossible to make these two series coincide, the series of economic conjunctures and that of political events in the broad sense, the rise of events that contemporaries chose to consider most significant, especially in a century in which, despite everything, politics led the way. These two series still leave great gaps between them that were, we saw, filled by the history of empires, of societies, of civilizations, and of war itself. 4.3 Braudel's art, here, is to structure his history of events, and his history is not lacking in dates, battles, and treaties, not by dividing them into periods, as all historians do, but by reenshawing them in structures and conjunctures, just as he had previously called upon events in order to attest to the structures and conjunctures. Here the event gathers up and draws together the conjunctures and structures, in Philip II the strengths and weaknesses of the M. 213. 214. Here were incarnate, p. 1023. What structures this political history is the sort of physics of international relations which in the 16th century was busy establishing the necessary compensations between the major war fronts along which Turkish power impinged upon the outside world, p. 1166. A vast shift of power occurs when Philip's empire turns toward the Atlantic and America. Then Spain leaves the Mediterranean, p. 1184. At the same time, the Mediterranean steps outside the spotlight of global history. For if this is indeed the history that is being recounted, why was it necessary to conclude with such sumptuous pages on the death of Philip II on September 13, 1598? From the viewpoint of the total history of the Mediterranean, this death is not a great event. But it was an event of the greatest magnitude for all the protagonists at the end of a long reign that to his adversaries had seemed interminable, p. 1235. Have we not said that the perspective of contemporaries is also an object for history? Perhaps we ought to go even further, and this remark may well throw into question the beautiful balance of the three parts and say that death reveals an individual destiny which does not fit exactly within the framework of an explanation that itself is not scaled to of the measurements of mortal time. 6 And without death as it seals a destiny such as this, could we still know that history is human history? I now come to my second thesis, namely, that it is together that the work's three levels constitute a quasi-plot, a plot in the broad sense used by Paul Vane. It would be a mistake to limit the kinship between this text and the narrative model of implotment to just the third level. To do so would be to miss the major contribution of this work, which is to open up a new career for the very notion of plot, and, in this, for that of event. Nor am I prepared to look for this new form of plot in the middle level alone, although certain statements by Braudel himself suggest doing this. Does he not speak of the recitative law conjuncture, the conjuncture narrative? What might serve as a plot in the economic history is its cyclical character and the role that is played by the notion of crisis. 7 The double movement of growth and decline thus represents a complete intercycle, measured by the time of Europe and more or less by that of the entire world. The third, as yet untranslated, volume of Civilization and Capitalism, 15th to 18th century, entitled Les Temps du Monde, is built entirely upon this vision of the rise and decline of world economies, in accordance with the slow rhythms of conjuncture. The notion of a trend tends, then, to take the place of that of a plot. 8 Nevertheless, I am not inclined to restrict myself to this equation, not only because it does just as much violence to the notion of cycle as to that of plot, but also because it does not account for what occurs in the work at these three levels. Economic history lends itself to a plot when an initial term and a final 215 term are chosen, and these are provided by categories other than conjunctural history itself, which, in principle, is endless, unlimited in the strict sense. A plot has to include not only an intelligible order but a magnitude that cannot be too vast, or it will be unable to be embraced by our eye, as Aristotle stresses in the Poetics, 51 al. What frames the plot of the Mediterranean? We may say without hesitation, the decline of the Mediterranean as a collective hero on the stage of world history. The end of the plot, in this regard, is not the death of Philip II. It is the end of the conflict between the two political leviathans and the shift of history toward the Atlantic and Northern Europe. All three levels contribute to this overall plot. But whereas a novelist Tolstoy in War and Peace would have combined all three together in a single narrative, Braudel proceeds analytically, by separating planes, leaving to the interferences that occur between them the task of producing an implicit image of the whole. In this way a virtual quasi-plot is obtained, which itself is split into several subplots, and these, although explicit, remain partial and in this sense abstract. The work is placed as a whole under the heading of the mimesis of action by the continual reminder that history is not made by geographical features but by the men who control or discover them, the Mediterranean, p. 225. In this respect, the history of conjunctures cannot by itself constitute a plot. Even on the plane of economics, several different economies or, more precisely, the antagonisms of two economic worlds have to be placed together. I have already quoted this passage from Part I. Politics merely followed the outline of an underlying reality. These two Mediterraneans, commanded by warring rulers, were physically, economically, and culturally different from each other. Each was a separate historical zone, p. 137. With one stroke, the fabric of the plot is already suggested, the great opposition between the two Mediterraneans and the decline of their conflict. 4.9 If this is indeed the history Braudel is narrating, then it is understandable that its second level, which is supposed to be entirely devoted to the long time span, requires beyond its overview of economies the addition of the physics of international relations that alone governs the subplot of the conflict between empires and the fate of this conflict. In its ascending phases, the story of the Mediterranean in the 16th century is in the first place a story of dramatic political growth, with the Leviathans taking up their positions, p. 660. In addition, high stakes are involved. Will the Atlantic belong to the Reformation or to the Spanish? When Turks and Spaniards turn their backs on one another at the same time, the narrative voice inquires, in the Mediterranean, earlier than elsewhere, does not the hour toll for the decline of empires? The question is necessary, for, as in drama, reversal brings with it contingency, that is to say, events that could have turned out differently, the decline of the Mediterranean, some will say, with reason. But it was more than that. For Spain had every opportunity to turn wholeheartedly towards the Atlantic. Why did she choose not to? p. 703. In turn, the subplot of the conflict between empires, and the retreat of this conflict from the Mediterranean area, demands to be linked up with the subplot of the collision of monolithic civilizations. We recall the statement, of all the complex and contradictory faces personages of the Mediterranean world, its civilizations are the most perplexing, p. 757. 50 The reversals of these conflicts have been mentioned above, the fate of the Moriscos, the fate of the Jews, foreign wars. We must now speak of the contribution these subplots make to the overall plot. Referring to the alternation of foreign wars and internal wars as plain to see, p. 842, the dramatist writes, it offers a new perspective on a confused period of history, illuminating it in a way which is neither artificial nor illusory. It is impossible to avoid the conviction that contrasting ideological patterns were first established and then replaced, ibid. Thus, just as Homer picked from the stories of the Trojan War the set he chose to tell in the Iliad, Braudel picks from the great conflict between civilizations in which the Occident and the Orient alternate the conflict whose protagonists are Spain and Turkey at the time of Philip II and whose framework is the decline of the Mediterranean as a historical zone. Having said this, we must admit that the overall plot that constitutes the unity of the work remains a virtual plot. Didactic reasons require that the three different conceptions of time, p. 1238, remain disconnected, the aim being to bring together in all their multiplicity the different measures of time past, to acquaint the reader with their coexistence, their conflicts and contradictions, and the richness of experience they hold, ibid. 5.1 However, even if it is virtual, the plot is nonetheless effective. It could become real only if a total history were possible without doing violence to any of its parts. 5.2 Finally, by his analytical and disjunctive method, Braudel has invented a new type of plot. If it is true that the plot is always to some extent a synthesis of the heterogeneous, the virtual plot of Braudel-EF's book teaches us to unite structures, cycles, and events by joining together heterogeneous temporalities and contradictory chronicles. 5.3 This virtual structure permits us nevertheless to judge between two opposite ways of reading the Mediterranean. The first subordinates the history of events to the history of the long time span and the long time span to geographical time. The main emphasis is then placed on the Mediterranean. But then geographical time is in danger of losing its historical character. For the second reading, history remains historical insofar as the first level itself is qualified as historical by its reference to the second level and, in turn, the second level derives its historical quality from its capacity to support the third level. The emphasis is then placed on Philip II. But the history of events lacks the principles of necessity and of probability that Aristotle attributed to a well-constructed plot. The plot that includes the three levels equally authorizes both readings and makes them intersect at the median posi. 216. 217. Shin of the history of the long time span, which then becomes the unstable point of equilibrium between them. In my opinion, it is this long detour by way of the quasi-plot that finally allows us to question once more the notion of event that Braudel holds to be canonical. 5.4 For me, the event is not necessarily brief and nervous, like some sort of explosion. It is a variable of the plot. As such, it does not belong only to the third level but to all the levels and their various functions. When it emerges on the third level, it appears with the sign of necessity or probability that it owes to having crossed through the other levels. It is in this way that Lepanto loses its brilliance and falls lower on the scale of importance. The death of Philip II remains a major event only because of the subplot of politics and people. This death tends to become a non-event when it is placed within the overall plot of the struggle between political giants and on the trajectory of the decline of the Mediterranean, which comes to its relative conclusion only several decades later. After all, we have seen events proliferate also on the second and even on the first level, except that the event loses its explosive character there and acts rather as a symptom or a testimony. The truth is that the event is what distinguishes the historian's concept of structure from that of the sociologist or the economist. For the historian, the event continually appears in the very midst of structures. And this occurs in two ways. On the one hand, all structures do not change at the same pace. It is when these different time spans, on history, p. 48, no longer coincide that their dissonance becomes event-like. In the same way, the exchanges between numerous zones of civilization, the borrowings and rejections constitute quasi-point-like phenomena which do not mark a civilization on all of its levels at the same time. It is not so much time which is the creation of our own minds, as the way in which we break it up, ibid. On the other hand, in contrast to the sociologist, the historian in dealing with structures is attentive to their breaking points, their sudden or slow deterioration, in short, to the consideration that they die out. In this respect Braudel is no less preoccupied with the decay of empires than the traditional historian. In one sense, the Mediterranean is the gradual progress, the slowed down march of the major event, the retreat of the Mediterranean from general history. Once again, the fragility of human works comes to the foreground and with it the dramatic dimension, from which the long time span was supposed to free history. I have found in other French historians who come within the sphere of influence of the Annates indications often furtive ones that betray this return to the event by means of the long time span itself. For example, in the marriage between history and anthropology as it is advocated by L. E. Goff, and which has produced time, work, and culture in the Middle Ages, it is, of course, the very long time span that occupies the foreground, the long stretch of the Middle Ages, the long period relevant to our history, the history of pre-industrial society px. Yet, on the other hand, L. E. Goff, no less strongly than Braudel, resists the seductiveness of the atemporal models characteristic of a certain type of sociology. First of all, because this very span of time is not without events, but indeed is punctuated by repeated or expected events, festivals, ceremonies, rituals, which recall all that is liturgical in historical societies. Next, because this particular long time span no longer exists, the name medieval civilization is well chosen, for it is a transition society. Of course, The attitudes emphasized by historical ethnology are those that change least in historical evolution, p. 229, but mental systems are historically datable, even if they do carry a heavy freight of debris from archaeo-civilizations, dear to Andrei Varagnak, Ibid. In particular, history, if it is to remain history in its union with anthropology, cannot convert itself into an ethnology that stands outside time, p. 236. This is why the historian cannot conform to the vocabulary of diachrony, as it is borrowed from linguistics. The latter, in fact, functions in accordance with abstract systems of transformation very different from the evolutionary schemes used by the historian in attempting to apprehend the process of becoming in the concrete societies he studies, p. 235. 5. Instead, the historian has to try to go beyond the false dilemma of structure versus conjuncture and, even more important, structure versus event, Ibid. In fact, in Le Goff I find an intimation of the thesis that the past owes its historical quality to its capacity for being integrated in that memory that Augustine called the present of the past. Le Goff defines his total, long Middle Ages of the depths in the following terms. It is the time of our grandparents, p. 11, the primordial past in which our collective identity, the quarry of that anguished search in which contemporary societies are engaged, acquired certain of its essential characteristics, Ibid. Given this, it is not surprising if, in this constituting of our memory, the long time span is shortened into the form of quasi-events. Does not Le Goff describe the conflict between the time of the church and the time of the tradesman, symbolized by the confrontation between bells and clocks, as one of the major events in the mental history of these centuries at the heart of the Middle Ages, when the ideology of the modern world was being formed under pressure from deteriorating economic structures and practices? p. 30. What, in fact, constitutes the event is the essential separateness and the contingent encounter, p. 38, altered, of these two times. The historian of mentalists encounters the same problem. For example, Georges Duby begins with an entirely non-narrative sociological analysis of ideologies. He calls them total, deforming, competitive, stabilizing, action-generating, yet he sees the event infiltrate these structures due not only to 218, 219 external borrowings, rejections, and internal conflicts, but also to dissonances, deviations of temporality that appear at the point of intersection of objective situations, mental representations, and individual or collective behavior. The historian is thus brought to stress critical periods in which the movement of material and political structures ends by reverberating on the level of ideological systems, thereby sharpening the conflict that opposes them. 5. 6. Just as above, I am tempted to speak of a quasi-event to describe what Duby calls here the burst of acceleration, set off by polemics, within the tendencies covering long spans of time which guide the evolution of the dominant ideology, p. 157. And the vehicle of the quasi-event, as I tried to show in Braudel, is again the quasi-plot. I would like to demonstrate the same thing with regard to Georges Duby's work by placing side by side the article on method just referred to, Histoire sociale et idéologies de sociétés, and the application of his working hypothesis in one of the works most representative of what he means by the history of ideologies. I have chosen the three orders, feudal society imagined. 51. Propose to show once again here how the author dramatizes an ideological structure by constructing a quasi-plot containing a beginning, a middle, and an end. The structure in question is the imaginary representation of the entire society in the form of a hierarchy of three orders, those who pray, those who fight, and those who by their labor feed the rest. The formulation of this imaginary representation is taken from a 17th-century author, Charles Loisiat, in his Traités ordres et simples dignités, published in 1610. However, Duby does not simply consider a period of 6 centuries, as it is staked out by descriptions akin to Loisiat's. Instead, renewing the art of the author of the Iliad, He picks from among all the vicissitudes of the trifunctional image a history that has a beginning, the initial formulations by Adalbero of Laon and Gerard of Cambrai, and an end, the Battle of Bovines in 1214. The middle is formed by the reversals that dramatize the historical role of this ideological representation. So Dubé attacks a problem different from that posed by Georges Dumézil, the untiring advocate of the trifunctional image. Whereas the latter attempts to establish by comparison and through its recurrence in different historical constellations that the schema belongs to the latent structures of human thought, in order to lead up to the question of why and how the human mind is constantly making choices among its latent riches. 5.8 Dubé replies to Dumézil's two questions with two other questions, the historian's questions of where and when. He chooses to show how this trifunctional image functions as a major cog in an ideological system, p8. The ideological system in question is feudalism as it emerges and then triumphs. And to describe how it functions, he constructs what I am calling a quasi-plot in which the trifunctional image plays the role of, in his own terms, the book's central character, Ibid. The outline Dubé follows is very instructive in this respect. Since what is in question is indeed a structure, that is, a mental representation that has withstood all the pressures of history, p5, he entitles his first part Revolution, in order to indicate clearly the transcendence of the system in relation to its fragmentary representations. The system is already historicized to a great extent by the variations in the first formulations and by the reconstitution of their political framework, the decline of the Carolingian monarchy and of the power that went along with it, that of the bishops. It is only at the end of this first inquiry that the organization of the system can be described, pages 5.6 to 6.9. This includes the postulate of a perfect coherence between heaven and earth, a concept of order which has become an attribute of the perfect city, the division into the order of bishops and the order of kings, the division into dominant groups priests and nobles, the addition to this binary arrangement of a third order characterizing the dominant functions, the class of subjects, and, finally, the concept of mutuality, of reciprocity within hierarchy, which in structural terms calls for a ternary division. The mere description of the system demonstrates how equivocal the notion of trifunctionality actually is and how very little it resembles a true system. First of all, the third function appears in the form of an addition to two binary oppositions, bishop/king, priest/noble. Next, the relation dominant/dominate is added, as another specific binary system, to the internal binarism of domination just mentioned, whence the extreme instability of the system. Finally, the system does not imply that the three parts be filled by roles as well specified as those in Dumézil. Order alone is the key word. We can thus understand why the system is so easily a prey to history. 59 Before entering into the plot properly speaking, Dubé attempts, under the title Genesis, to take a retrospective look at the formation of the system beginning with Gregory the Great, Augustine, and Dionysius the Areopagite. He then shows how the shift could occur from theological speculation on celestial hierarchies to political reflection on order and on orders, linking up in this way the celestial example and the ternary distribution of terrestrial functions. 6.0 The quasi-plot really commences when the system is put to the test of circumstances, pages 121 to 66, undergoes a long eclipse, pages 167 to 268, and then finally reemerges, this resurgence, pages 269 to 353, culminating in the system's adoption, an adoption that is not merely symbolized but realized and finalized by the victory of the king and hence the victory of the bishops as well for whom the system had been intended, at Bovines. These are the three major reversals between which Dubé divides his plot. It is noteworthy that the narrated story is set in motion by a crisis in which royalty appears to founder. 61 This is, first of all, a political crisis. But, above all, on the symbolic level, there is a competition with rival systems, which are themselves tripartite, the heretical model, the model of God's peace, the monastic model created at Cluny. The polemic engaged in by these competing systems is precisely what dramatizes the model. The triumph of Clunian. 220. 221. Nounces the eclipse 6. 2. Contributing to this is the feudal revolution, which forces a recklessing of all the orders to make room for the third party, the peasants. And this places in competition, at the beginning of the 11th century, not 3 but 4 ideological models, pages 161 to 62, the model bound for victory and the 3 rival models just referred to. The ideological model of Adalbero and Girard is placed in the strange position of being not a reflection but an anticipation of the decline of monasticism, an anticipation of the restoration of the episcopate, an anticipation of the renaissance of the monarchic state. 6.3. This curious split between an apparent survival and a real anticipation governs the system's eclipse, as it is told in Part 4. This is the age of the monks, who benefit from the waning of the Capetian royalty and, with it, of the episcopal institution. But an eclipse is by no means a disappearance. The time of eclipse is also the emergence of new times, the times of the Cistercians, of the merchants, of the clerks, of the schoolmasters and their students. As for the resurgence, it is marked by the clerks' reconquest of the first rank at the expense of the monks, the knights' takeover of the second rank, the stronghold of the princes, and the takeover of the third rank by the laborers. But if the time of the eclipse was, for the trifunctional model, a time of anticipation, the time of resurgence is that of delay. The obstacle, Duby says, was royal France. The obstacle was Paris, treasure and symbol of a kingdom allied with the Pope, with the bishops, with the Reformed Church, with the schools, with the communes, with the people, p. 307. This is what makes the resurgence the final reversal. The adoption alone constitutes a conclusion, inasmuch as it ensures the reconciliation between the model dreamed of and the real institution. Bavines is the instrument of this encounter. Capetian has taken the place of Carolingian. However, it is curious that, with regard to the systematizing spirit that seems to govern the work, the king is not part of the tripartite schema. He himself sat enthroned above order, i.e., above the 3 orders that made up court society, p. 346. Regardless of the doubts we may have concerning the coherence of the trifunctional model, 6.4. The plot ends when the symbol shifts from the dreamed imaginary to the constituting imaginary. 65. So it is indeed the adoption that at one and the same time provides an end to the story and confers a sense upon the middle represented by the triad, circumstance, eclipse, resurgence. This is all I wanted to show. The quasi-events that indicate the critical periodes of the ideological system are set within quasi-plots, which assure their narrative status. It is in the field of political history that the return to the event is most urgently felt. How does one interpret such an event? Asks François Furet at the start of a work that is called, precisely, Interpreting the French Revolution. 66. Interpreting this the historian can do if he frees himself from the alternative of commemoration or execration in which he is caught up as long as he continues to participate in the obsession with origins, the underlying thread of all national history, p. 2, since 1789. Then the historian is inspired by intellectual curiosity alone, in the same way as any other scholar. Thanks to this assumed distance, he can claim to conceptualize the event, without himself assuming the actor's belief in the meaning of the event as a break with the past and as the origin of new times, in short, without sharing the French Revolution's illusion about itself. But at what price does the historian arrive at interpreting the French Revolution as an event? It is noteworthy that he only partially succeeds by combining 2 explanations which, separately and perhaps even together, leave a remainder, and this remainder is the event itself. To interpret the French Revolution with Tocqueville is to see it not as a break and an origin, but as the completion of the work of the monarchy, as the dissolution of the social body to the benefit of the state administration. There is an enormous gap here between historiography and the tyranny of the actor's lived historical experience, with its myth of origin. What Ferret is inquiring into is precisely the gap between the actor's intentions and the role they play. In the same stroke, the event disappears, at least as a break, when the analysis proceeds by means of explicit concepts. This analysis actually breaks off the historical narrative. Tocqueville, Ferret notes, treats a problem rather than a period, p. 17. The event, however, has not been eliminated in every respect. If Tocqueville accounts well for the result of the revolution, Ferret says of the revolution as content, the very process of the revolution, what Ferret calls the revolution as mode, remains to be explained, that is to say, the particular dynamics of collective action which were responsible for the fact that this result of the revolution, according to Tocqueville, was not achieved by an English-style evolution but by a revolution. This is where the event resides. The fact remains that the revolutionary event, from the very outset, transformed the existing situation and created a new mode of historical action that was not intrinsically a part of that situation, p. 22, his emphasis. A second model must therefore be introduced in order to account for the appearance on the stage of history of a practical and ideological mode of social action that is nowhere inscribed in what preceded it. This second model must take into account what it is that makes the revolution one of the basic forms of historical consciousness of action, p. 24, namely, the way it was ever ready to place ideas above actual history, as if it were called upon to restructure a fragmented society by means of its own concepts, p. 25. The Jacobin phenomenon is described in this way. Augustin Cochin's explanatory model then takes over from Tocqueville's model in order to show how a new political sensibility was produced alongside the old, one which gives rise to a new world based on the individual and not on institutional groups, built upon the tie of opinion alone. Cochin indeed finds in the Philosophical Society's Sociétés de Pensée the matrix of a con. 222. 223. Ception of power that rests on the principle of equality, on the transformation of isolated individuals into a people the sole imaginary actor of the revolution, and on the suppression of every sort of screen between the people and its self-designated spokesman. Jacobinism, however, is not just an ideology, it is an ideology that took power. Consequently, the revolution as event is totally accounted for neither by the historian's dismantling of what he holds to be an illusion of politics, nor by identifying the channels through which this new power is exercised over society. The series of splits and conspiracies that ensue are indeed plots, in the most common sense of the word. Of course, it can be shown how the conspiracy mentality proceeds from the new political sociability that casts as an enemy anyone who has been unable to occupy the symbolic seat of power as the system defines it. In this respect, the pages on conspiracy as the consequence of the new political symbolism are quite brilliant and convincing. Nevertheless, it seems to me that taking power continues to be an event that is not deduced from the ideological system that defines power. Events, chronology, and great individuals come back in full force under the cloak of conspiracy. Even when it is deduced from the ideological system, I would say that conspiracy brings back the event with the plot. For even if conspiracy is a theater of madness, this madness is at work, generating events. This is why Thermidor is an event, for interpretation of course, but only up to a certain point. It marked the end of the revolution because it is the victory of representative over revolutionary legitimacy. And as Marx said, the reassertion of real society on the illusion of politics, p. 58. But this ideological coding, p. 59, of the Robespierre phenomenon, in turn, does not exhaust, it seems to me, its historical meaning. To say that it incarnates an ideology, the struggle for one imaginary system against another, is only, as in Greek tragedy, to name the theme that corresponds to a plot. For it is as a result of the plot that he was the mouthpiece of the revolution's purest and most tragic discourse, p. 61. From the Jacobin ideology has been deduced what is purest but not what is most tragic in the event. This is why I would not venture to say, with François Ferret, that Thermidor, in that it represents society's revenge on ideology, p. 74, leads from Cochin back to Tocqueville, for the continuation of the Ancien regime passes not only by way of the ideological acceleration of Jacobinism but by the actions that this political illusion engendered. In this sense, the second schema of the French Revolution, that provided by Augustin Cochin, is no more capable of getting to the bottom of the event than is the first, provided by Tocqueville. No conceptual reconstruction will ever be able to make the continuity with the Ancien regime pass by way of the rise to power of an imaginary order experienced as a break and as an origin. This rise to power is itself on the order of an event. And it results in the fact that the fantasy of an origin is itself an origin, to reverse François Furet's formula. 6-7 Has Furet then been successful in interpreting the event that is the French 224 Revolution? I would say, in line with my reflection on Braudel's long time span, that the event is restored at the end of each attempted explanation as a remainder left by every such attempt, in the way that the third part of Braudel's The Mediterranean constitutes both a supplement and a complement, as a dissonance between explanatory structures, and finally, as the life and death of the structures themselves. If the discovery of the long time span did not lead us back to the event in accordance with one of these three modes, the long time span would be in danger of severing historical time from the living dialectic of past, present, and future. A long time can be a time without any present and, so, without past or future as well. But then it is no longer a historical time, and the long time span only leads back from human time to the time of nature. Evidence of this temptation can be seen in Braudel himself and results from the absence of a philosophical reflection on the relation between what he somewhat too hastily calls the subjective time of the philosophers and the long time of civilizations. For the discovery of the long time span may simply express the fact that human time, which always requires the reference point of a present, is itself forgotten. If the brief event can act as a screen hiding our consciousness of the time that is not of our making, the long time span can, likewise, act as a screen hiding the time that we are. This disastrous consequence can be avoided only if an analogy is preserved between the time of individuals and the time of civilizations, the analogy of growth and decline, of creation and death, the analogy of fate. This analogy on the level of temporality is of the same nature as the analogy I tried to maintain on the level of procedures between causal attribution and implotment, and then on the level of entities between societies, or civilizations, and the characters in a drama. In this sense, all change enters the field of history as a quasi-event. This declaration is by no means equivalent to a cunning return to the brief event, which has been criticized by the history of the long time span. When it was not the reflection of the actors' confused consciousness and of their illusions, this brief event was just as much a methodological artifact, even the expression of a worldview. In this respect, Braudel is perfectly justified in exclaiming, I argue against Ranke or Karl Brandt, that the narrative is not a method, or even the objective method par excellence, but quite simply a philosophy of history, the Mediterranean, p. 21. By quasi-event we signify that the extension of the notion of event, beyond short and brief time, remains correlative to a similar extending of the notions of plot and character. There is a quasi-event wherever we can discern, even if only very indirectly, very obliquely, a quasi-plot and quasi-characters. The event in history corresponds to what Aristotle called a change in fortune metabole in his formal theory of implotment. An event, once again, is not 225. Only what contributes to the unfolding of a plot but what gives it the dramatic form of a change in fortune. It follows from this kinship between quasi-events and quasi-plots that the plurality of historical times extolled by Braudel is an expansion of the cardinal feature of narrative time, namely, its ability to combine in variable proportions the chronological component of the episode and the achronological component of the configuration. Every one of the temporal levels required by historical explanation may be seen as a duplication of this dialectic. It might perhaps even be said that with the brief event the episodic continues to dominate in plots that are nevertheless extremely complex, and that the long time span gives precedence to the configuration. However, the emergence of a new event-like quality at the end of our effort to work out the historical structures echoes as a reminder. It reminds us that something happens to even the most stable structures. Something happens to them in particular, they die out. This is why, despite his reticence, Braudel was unable to avoid ending his magnificent work with the description of a death, not, of course, the death of the Mediterranean but of Philip II. I would now like to sum up the results attained at the end of this second part of my study. With respect to the aims advanced in Chapter 3 of the first part, these results stand within precise limits. To begin with, only one of the two great narrative modes has been submitted to examination: history. I have excluded from the field of investigation all that will be placed, in Volume 2, under the title of fictional narrative, let us say, from the ancient epic to the modern novel. Therefore, only half of the ground to be covered by the inquiry has actually been traveled. The restriction of my analysis to historical narrative has not only resulted in leaving other narrative modes outside, it has resulted in an amputating of the internal problematic of history itself. In fact, the ambition of truth by which history, in Paul Vane's apt expression, claims the title true veridic, displays its full meaning only when it can be opposed to the deliberate suspension of the true/false alternative, characteristic of the fictional narrative. One do not deny that this opposition between a true narrative and a half-true, half-false one rests on a naive notion of truth that will have to be thoroughly re-examined in Volume 2. This first limitation, in turn, leads to a second, more serious one that directly concerns the relation of narrative to time. As I have just said, by bracketing history's ambition to attain the truth, I have set aside any attempt to thematize, in and of itself, the relation of history to the past. In fact, I have deliberately abstained from taking a stand on the ontological status of the historical past as having been. In this way, when I have discussed the concept of event, I have carefully dissociated the epistemological criteria currently associated with this notion, unity, singularity, divergence, from the ontological criteria by which we distinguish what is only feigned from what actually took place, occur, make happen, differ in novelty from every reality that has already taken place. With this stroke, the relation between history, as the guardian of humanity's past, and the whole set of attitudes by which we relate to the present and to the future, is left in abeyance. 226. 227. Consequently, the question of historical time has not been unfolded to its full extent. Only the aspects of time directly implied in the configurational operations that connect history to narrative have been taken into consideration. Even my discussion concerning the long time span remained within the limits of an epistemology applied to the constructions characteristic of explanation in history. The relations between the long time span and the event were discussed, but there was no attempt to find out what is actually involved in the relation between the multiple temporalities distinguished by historians and what they, casting a mistrustful eye, regard as the subjective time of the philosophers, whether by this is meant Bergsonian duration, the absolute flow of consciousness in Husserl, or Heidegger's historicality. Once again, the contribution of history to this debate could not be clarified without that of fictional narrative. I implied this when, in Chapter 3 of Part I subordinated the question of time as refigured by narrative to the resolution of the problem of the intertwining reference of true narrative and fictional narrative. It must even be suspected that, thanks to the greater freedom it has with respect to events that actually occurred in the past, fiction displays, concerning temporality, resources not allowed to the historian. As I shall say in Volume 2, literary fiction can produce fables about time that are not merely fables of time. Hence it is not inconceivable that we must wait until after our long detour by way of the time of fiction before making any definite statement about the relation of history to time. Admitting the limits of the analyses in my second part by no means forces me to minimize the importance of the results I think I have attained. It is just that these limits remind us that the investigation was placed on the level of mimesis too and did not take into account the mediating function performed by this mimetic stage between pre-narrative experience and an experience that is refigured by the work of narrative in all its forms. The whole of my second part has been an investigation of the relations between the writing of history and the operation of implotment, which Aristotle elevates to the rank of the dominant category in the art of composing works that imitate an action. If, indeed, the subsequent confrontation between historical narrative and fictional narrative is to make sense, I had first of all to be sure that history belongs to the narrative field defined by this configurating operation. And this relation, as it was progressively verified, revealed itself to be extraordinarily complex. In order to circumscribe it, I first of all had to employ, in chapters 4 and 5, an antithetical strategy in which theses that were on the whole nomological were contrasted with wholly narrativist theses. In the course of this polemic, there was no thesis submitted to criticism that did not in some way contribute, at the cost of a series of rectifications, to an initial approximation of the relation between history and narrative. Some of these rectifications appeared only later. Thus, in Part 1 of Chapter 4, the plea for a non-event history, which is held by French historians to be incompatible with a narrativist interpretation of history, was left without any immediate critical response, until a more sophisticated concept of historical plot, in the last part of Chapter 6, permitted the reintegration of non-event history into the narrative field. But, first, it was necessary, in setting aside a naive narrative reading of history, to pose the problem within the epistemological situation most unfavorable to a direct and immediate relation between history and narrative. If, in return, the covering law model was promptly submitted to rather strong criticism, first internally at the end of Chapter 4 and then externally in Chapter 5, this double criticism was not purely negative. From examining the covering law model, I retained the idea of an epistemological break which distances historical explanation armed with generalizations in the form of laws, from simple narrative understanding. Once this epistemological break was recognized, it was no longer possible to adopt the overly simple thesis that history must be held to be a species of the genus story. Even if, on the whole, a narrativist interpretation of history seemed to me more correct than a nomological one, the narrativist theses examined in Chapter 5, even if they were reworked and refined, did not appear really to do justice to the specificity of history in the narrative field. Their main drawback is that they do not sufficiently take into account the transformations that have driven contemporary historiography further and further away from a naive narrative style of writing, and that they have not been successful in integrating explanation in terms of laws into the narrative fabric of history. And yet the narrativist interpretation is correct in its clear perception that the specifically historical property of history is preserved only by the ties, however tenuous and well hidden they may be, which continue to connect historical explanation to our narrative understanding, despite the epistemological break separating the first from the second. This twofold requirement, doing justice to the specificity of historical explanation and maintaining history's belonging within the narrative field, led me in the 6th chapter to join the antithetical strategy of chapters 4 and 5 to the method of questioning back, related to the genetic phenomenology of the later Husserl. This method aims at accounting for the indirect character of the filiation that connects history to our narrative understanding by reactivating the phases of the derivation by which this filiation is realized. To be precise, this questioning back is no longer epistemological, strictly speaking, nor does it correspond to a simple methodology adapted to the historian's day-to-day work. It corresponds to a genesis of meaning, which is the responsibility of the philosopher. This genesis of meaning would not be possible if it were not supported by the epistemology and the methodology of the historical sciences. The latter provide the relay stations capable of guiding, in each of the three spheres under consideration, the reactivation of the narrative sources of scholarly history. For example, singular causal explanation provides the tran. 228. 229. Scissional structure between explanation in terms of laws and understanding by means of the plot. In their turn, the first-level entities to which the historian's discourse ultimately refers make us look in the direction of the modes of participatory belonging that maintain the kinship between the object of history and the characters in a narrative. Finally, the discordant rhythms of the multiple temporalities, interwoven in the overall becoming of societies, reveal a profound kinship between the least point-like historical changes and the sudden changes in fortune that, in narrative, are considered to be events. Thus the historian's profession, the epistemology of the historical sciences, and genetic phenomenology combine their resources to reactivate that fundamental noetic vision of history which, for the sake of brevity, I have called historical intentionality. The most significant result of this critical examination of history has not yet been stressed. It results from the subsequent impact of the examination on the initial model proposed in Chapter 3 of Part I. Certainly, the essential features of the basic model have been preserved in the analyses of the second part. These include, the dynamic character of the configurational operation, the primacy of order over succession, the competition between concordance and discordance, the narration's schematization of generalities in the form of laws, the conflict between sedimentation and innovation in the formation of traditions throughout the course of the development of the historical sciences. But, as I noted at the time, a study based on a simple confrontation between the Augustinian distentio animi and the Aristotelian mythos could only be expected to provide a sketch that will require further expansion, criticism, and revision. In fact, my examination of history was not limited to verifying the relevance of this model by applying it to a rather vast area of narrative composition. A good example of expanding the model was provided by the complexity of the discordant concordance offered by historical narration, which has no parallel in Aristotle's Poetics. The idea of the synthesis of the heterogeneous, which was merely suggested in Part I, is completely freed from the limits imposed upon it by the literary genres and types with which it is still confused in the Poetics. For this very reason, the expansion of the initial example tends toward a critique, if not of the model as such, at least of the interpretations of historical explanation that have remained too closely tied to this model. This is so whenever the theory of history is not clearly distinguished from a theory of action and does not give to the circumstances, the anonymous forces, and, especially, the unintended consequences the place that is due them. What transforms actions into histories? Asks a philosopher. Precisely those factors that escape a simple reconstruction of the calculations made by the agents of the action. These factors give the emplotment a complexity unequaled in the 230 small-scale model that, in Aristotle, is still patterned on Greek tragedy, without forgetting, as well, epic and, to a lesser extent, comedy. The model of explanation proposed by von Wright, which combines teleological segments and law-like segments within a composite model, gives a good idea of the critique to which a model of historical explanation based purely on the concept of action must be submitted. Would I go so far as to speak of a revision of the initial model by the theory of history? Yes, up to a certain point. This is attested to by the concepts of quasi-plot, quasi-character, and quasi-event that I had to construct in order to respect the very indirect form of filiation by which the history that is the least narrative in its style of writing nevertheless continues to rely on narrative understanding. In speaking of quasi-plot, quasi-character, and quasi-event, I wanted to bring the initial concepts worked out within the sphere of mimesis too close to their breaking point. The reader will recall to what extent the plot that threads through Braudel's great work, The Mediterranean and the Mediterranean World in the Age of Philip II, is deeply buried and difficult to reconstruct. Nor have I forgotten the care with which proper names have to be used when they are applied to the first-level entities of history. Finally, the notion of event had to lose its usual qualities of brevity and suddenness in order to measure up to the discordances and ruptures that punctuate the life of economic, social, and ideological structures of an individual society. The term quasi in the expressions quasi-plot, quasi-character, and quasi-event bears witness to the highly analogical nature of the use of narrative categories in scholarly history. In any event, this analogy expresses the tenuous and deeply hidden tie that holds history within the sphere of narrative and thereby preserves the historical dimension itself.